as it were, uh, the thinking wall, because there's a lot of these ideas in Buddhism that are just very interesting and difficult to digest from a Western cosmological perspective. So, hello, everybody, those that are joining retrospectively, those that are coming in now. How late am I? 7 minutes past. Okay. So it's almost the usual amount of lateness. So we are gathered here. I've got a really wonderful crew here to start the discussion, to kick the ball off. We're going to be talking about the layers of the soul, which I think is really, it's almost overdue in a sense. It's really where you start and how the layers of the soul, or the layers within us, the self, the divisions of consciousness, and how these divisions of consciousness above reflect the divisions of effects of consciousness below, the threshold or the manifold or the firmament, however you want to consider the nature of creation as a expression of consciousness, which is, I think, where we've sort of landed over the course of the last, what are we talking, 300 hours? So I think we've sort of come to that sort of idea of the universe as being an expression of consciousness, and consciousness and the universe being one sort of substance that's sort of divided and folded in about itself like a toric field. And we're catching one end of the toric field or the other end of the toric field, but simultaneously we're getting impressions from both. So let's, before we get cracking into the topic, let's introduce the people that are here. We'll start in the clockwise circle as always, which is the order of people arriving. First, we've got the dear Cosmic Prankster. Cosmic Prankster is a wonderful thinker, open-minded. He has his own, the Fae have shared with him much of the elemental knowledge from the elemental kingdoms within, from the Fae kingdoms. And so he's got a wisdom system that he's working on, an occult philosophy, therapeutics, if you will, an entire system of magic, which is building itself up, has been over the course of the last few years. And he's been focusing on the cosmology and the structure of the universe and the different elemental substances of the planes of consciousness which make up physical realm. So he's a fascinating guy to get to know as well. We've also got here, moving around the circle, we've got Indy Sage, another fascinating guy who's been through he can tell you all sorts of things, stories of his life, interesting stories, been through a lot. So he's had a lot of opportunities to connect with his shadow, and so he works as a shadow worker, helping people to re-engage with parts of themselves that have been repressed, because we tend to lose bits of ourselves as we move forward through time, through the ravages of time and the suffering that time submits at our doorstep, and the fear of the suffering causes us to shrink away from ourselves and cause parts of ourselves to become suppressed or even repressed if we're not conscious of it. And these shadow parts of ourselves end up playing a major role in who we are and who we become, even though it's happening backstage, in the same way that the shadow government plays a big role in what's going on in government, but they do it from behind, backstage, and we don't see what's going on. They have the whip, right? The shadow government's got the whip, and they bring out the whip and they get all the MPs in alignment, and we think that we're voting for members of parliament which are going to, be transparent, but no, they're actually being affected by a shadow government. So the whole orchestration of the manifestation of our political system reflects the internal cosmological issues that we're facing here on Earth. So that's dear brother Indy. We've also got dear brother Aaron here, who's a wonderful philosopher, and he's obviously got a background in sort of theosophical thinking and anthroposophical thinking, shall we say, which is essentially the heart of the Rosicrucian philosophy. But he's also bridged gaps into Oriental and Asian and various different kinds of cosmology and philosophy from India and wherever or around the world, bridging the gaps, bringing it all together, and coming from a very authentic perspective. looking at things from a very practical and grounded way. So we've got a wonderful group of thinkers here. I'm the Bush Whisperer. I'm the local shaman here in Simonstown, Cape Town. And I've also got a diverse past, diverse history. So let's get onto it. And before we get cracking, let's give each person an opportunity to plug themselves and give themselves a little bit of an introduction for you. You can find now, Indy hasn't got his YouTube channel up, and neither has Cosmic. But if you go and take a look at my YouTube recommended list, you just click on the front page of my YouTube, there's a recommended list. You'll see Aaron's channel there. He's got some interesting stories that he's been working with. Was working with a memory. Was working with the imagination. He's now working with the memory. So there are lots of interesting exercises and considerations and philosophical journeys. So without any further ado, Cosmic Brother, clockwise around the table, let's get an introduction.
That's I work with the Fae, and it's been a very interesting sort of process and all that. And with that, I've been actually learning some ideas about the self and the ontology of awareness and being. And so this will be an interesting kind of topic for me, because I've recently noticed I've kind of butt heads with a lot of occultists, because I kind of been going through the process that God is two, and everybody's like, no, God is one, God is one, you can't say that. It's like, so this will be an interesting conversation.
Did we lose Cosmic, or were you done, dear brother? Are you with us, Cosmic?
Oh, Shaman, you got pretty quiet. I'm not hearing Indy. If you can hear me, I'll go ahead and go. So, I've
Sorry,
been working with
my mic.
Oh, that'll do it.
Please continue, guys.
So I've been working with the imagination, and that comes from just the perspective that I think that few people have the imagination required for reality. So we imagine new things, especially a big part of that for me is imagining new roles, new identities, future versions of myself that I want to focus and channel into becoming. And I also enjoy creating a lot of maps and diagrams to help understand all of the different forces on individuals, collective groups, society as a whole, and then how I imagine larger kind of divine spiritual forms. And also, I have this concept of kind of like creating a power pyramid, which is the alignment of the mind, body, and the spirit. And it's kind of like creating an identity form. And I think the heart is able to generate an internal cataclysm, which allows us to break the barriers that we create for ourselves in our own sense of self and identity. So I think that's probably going to line up quite well for our conversation. And I'll pass it to Indy.
All right. Thanks for the lovely introduction, as always, Franklin. I do shadow work. I'm doing working on my master's degree in anthropology. My focus is evolutionary anthropology, but I also like to study cultural anthropology as well as archaeological anthropology. And so I don't really like to limit myself with the study of humankind in our past and where we're going. But I do have some experience with the layers of self, and I don't know if you guys have heard of the Johari window. There's a diagram of which depicts that there's aspects of the self known to self. There's aspects of the self known to others that may or may not be known to self. And then there's aspects of self not known to others or self, the unknown self. And so that's something I want to show a diagram on later and maybe talk a little bit about that as well. But as a shadow worker, the self is usually split. When we go through socialization, at least in the Western world, or Westernized society, we usually get shamed for our emotions, which are demonized. And so by doing that, we splinter an aspect of our authentic self into the shadow within. It kind of gets lost until a time after the dark night of the soul, having to access that lost aspect of self in working through the kinks to be able to find self-forgiveness and self-love. The self becomes whole again, and instead of carrying that inner turmoil and pointing fingers and blaming others for their problems, an individual will come into a place of inner peace and then have more compassion for others. And so the work that I do is very involved in the ideas of self and the ascension of self. And so I know there's going to be a whole plethora of different aspects we're going to go in today. It's going to be really exciting. So I'm looking forward to it as well.
Well, thank you, guys. Tell me, can you hear me okay? And you can see me okay?
You look
You're actually a little bit loud.
Maybe turn down the volume, because I can't really control that. Rather loud than soft. Because I'm having an issue here. It says having trouble connecting. Please check your internet connection for post messages. But that shouldn't be happening if you can see me and hear me, right? Because
You sound good now.
the videos. That's very strange. I don't think there's a way to specifically turn it down. I'll just sit further from the mic. But yeah, it seems like there's some kind of an issue here with the internet. It could be StreamYard, or it could be Facebook's just not taking it. But hello and welcome, Naraka. I try to welcome you. Welcome to all of those of you that have joined the show. We're discussing the layers of the self. And when looking at the layers of the self, it's a fascinating discussion. I think we should start by basically considering the fundamental things. So we're going to look at the first concept, which is a Buddhist concept. And the Buddhist concept, well, it's not just a Buddhist concept, because it's called anatta from Pali, but it's also called anatman from the Vedic school of law. And this is a very interesting idea, and it proposes from a conceptual perspective that the self doesn't exist, not in a formal way that we consider the self to exist. And so I'll start with this. The very idea of the self being a house, and that's how we consider ourselves. We consider it as being a house. This is me. This is my house. This is who I am. But what if the walls are moving? And if you came to the same house a week later, it might be in a different location, and it might have different walls, might have a different floor plan, might have different colors. The windows might be in a different place, might have more or less doors, might be a double story or a triple story, might have been schooled down from a triple story to a double story. Would it be the same house? Would you consider the house to exist as an entity, or would there be a series of houses? And if there's a series of houses, then how can you speak about my house so as being an entity? And I think that this is basically what's being alluded to when we consider the idea of anatman or anatta, as they say in Pali. And this is based upon the concept of impermanence, that the universe is a turning wheel, and the influences of the change, of adapting, and continual flow of time leaves a consistent rampage of change upon the proverbial table of being. And so who we are from one moment to the next is in a state of continual flux. So these are like very old concepts, and they've probably been given to us in diluted forms. Like the what was explained to me about anatta when I was in Sri Lanka with the Theravadins, they had limited English. So they speak of it as no self. But I think that that's a little bit of a broad concept. However, from a practical and realistic observation, there's something inside of me that doesn't change. There's something inside of me that's always been a sort of a meanness. And I'll give you an example. You might meet someone that you knew many years ago. And a classic example is my girlfriend. We were close many, many years ago in a small circle of friends. And by many years ago, I mean like the early 90s. And maybe 1990, 91, something like this, maybe 1990. And there's still something of her in her that's still her, that I can still see, and still, it's a flavor, it's a vibrational state, it's a quality. So I thought I'd push the boat out there with the concept of anatta or anatman, as this idea that there is no self. And I'm using these terms very broadly, but with regards to the change and permutation of life and of consciousness and of all things, where do we stand with this concept? Where do you guys stand with this, each of you, as an idea? I'd love to hear.
Well, I would say that, I would say I am not for the Anatman position, because I think that, I think my position lately, and I've been actually thinking of this in the context of free will, and that, so there's people who don't believe in free will, and I've realized there's actually two different diametrically opposed schools of thought that says that, there is no free will. There's the materialist determinist side, and then there's kind of the more like Buddhist monist idealist side. And so the determinist side is basically kind of saying that, we're just sort of these bundles of like atoms and cause and effects, and because we're all just sort of the mechanical emanations of the Big Bang, there really is no free will. On the other side, with a more transcendental side, is saying that we're all one God, and because we're all this one God, that the idea of an individual self is kind of like saying, you're just like a fingerprint on this larger thing. Anyway, so I was thinking about this in terms of the context of like individual experience. And I'm thinking that if the universe can move in this sort of fully automatic way, where it's just sort of this one source of causality, and that it wouldn't really need to have individual experience, because it would already be sort of experiencing everything. It's like, if you can do it without individual experience, that individual subjectivity, but there's still that kind of like causal, chain of events, will it still transpire in the same way? Well, I was thinking, if the universe is truly mechanical, and that we are these, deterministic robots, then, individual consciousness is not necessary. So that kind of provides sort of an interesting algebraic perspective, where you realize, like, okay, there's this variable, which is this individual consciousness, that materialism can't account for. Kitty cat. What's the cat's name?
Merlin.
Oh, awesome. Oh, cool. Anyway, I guess that's sort of my take. And I think about the idea that, and the thing is, if we don't have a self, then that also has like some moral compilations, because how do we hold ourselves responsible for our actions, and how do we take agency in the world if we know that there really is no self to control? We're just sort of watching a movie of ourselves playing. So we're just watching the movie of life rather than actively participating in life. And I think that, just kind of like, in an Occam's razor kind of like perspective, that I think that if we have these individual consciousnesses, these individual forms, that would then suggest that there must be, or at least in terms of the self, at least that's how we subjectively experience it. Whether or not there is or isn't a self, it subjectively feels like we have an individual self that has a continuity. And I kind of wanted to point back on the thing you were pointing about earlier, Shaman, about that one aspect that, doesn't change. It's always been you. And I think that's where the real self lies, because the way I kind of conceptualize the self is like a mandala. Like, the main self is at the very center of the mandala, and the farther you get away from the mandala, the less you it becomes, until you reach the outer edges of the mandala, and then it's no longer you. So it's like there's a kind. So I think of the self as not being like a fixed point, but a kind of a multi-dimensional field, like a big circle. And we're at the center of the circle, and there's kind of this middle. There's kind of this middle kind of liminal zone where ourselves kind of interact and sort of commingle and intersect with other selves, but there's still that core that exists within. I guess that would be my position on this particular issue.
My position on this issue, I take the Brahman cosmogony perspective on this issue, and I like to point out that to me the idea of the ego is the delusion of separation between us. And so, although we are all just an avatar of one mind of Brahma in my mind, and that the separations of us is an illusion or delusion, I feel like there are aspects that make us individual parts of the whole, so that we have something to bring to the collective. It's almost as if we all contain aspects of each other, but some of us have those on the forefront and remind us of our deeper selves. So there's aspects that are unique to each person, although we all are part of the whole together. The Brahman perspective, for those who aren't familiar, is the idea that Brahma is an infant in the womb of Kali, having the dream of being various avatars of the gods and the people at the lowest level. And so people are actually having the illusion, the Maya, that they're separate from one another, but in truth, they're all Brahma, having the idea or the delusion that we're separate. And it began as a golden time where everything was perfect, and as the ages progressed, it became darker, and then it becomes absolutely distraught with chaos. And then that's when Brahma awakens into peace, having learned the values of good and having learned the detriments of bad, awakening to become a god. I like that perspective myself.
I'll see if I can relate it to awareness and perception, and that's something I've been focused on the past couple weeks. And so when I think of awareness, it's expansive. That's the big circle, expanding and expanding. And then perception is the focus in the dot in the middle, the focal point. And so I see the individual as kind of the focal point of the expanded whole. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to operate if there wasn't a focal point that has unique and individual experiences. And I've played around a lot with kind of different roles and identities, because I've tried to have kind of a lot of different operating personas that help me move around in the world, whether it's in certain environments and in hobbies or work, in public spaces or relationships. And for some reason, there's always some elements that remain constant, no matter what different clothes I try on. The authentic self is still there. So it's really been a process for me to try on all of these different roles, try these different clothes on, and then see which one actually expresses the authentic self. Or maybe it's a lot of pieces from a few of those different options. And I liked what Shaman said about the flavor, because there's definitely certain people that I connect with that just have a similar frequency, a similar flavor, a similar light as me, and that's always been really interesting. And I think part of it comes from having similar rites of passage. We go through similar experiences together along our life, and then that allows me to, instead of having my own focal point, I can expand, and then I can go into the focal point of someone else, because we have enough shared experiences for me to be able to establish the connections of how we viewed life and how it shaped our own identity without having to spend, years trying to have enough discussions to explain it. We just know because we both lived through those similar rites of passage. And a lot of times when I view other people as separate, what I'm really doing is I lack the experience for me to actually relate to them. But if I spend enough time in their world, in their realm, having the same hobbies, the same rites of passages that they do, well, then that establishes the connection point, and I'm able to have that focus to be able to perceive the world from their eyes. And I also see it as kind of like sharing paths down the mountain. So if we're all going down the mountain on this river, well, we have choices when things fork off which direction we choose to go. And so if I choose on a fork to go to the right, well, I'm going to have a hard time relating to the people that chose to go left. But if I run into people that also chose to go right on those different paths, well, we shared experiences, sights, the way that water moved us, the different smells and everything, and then we instantly have a bond and a connection.
I like that you brought in the awareness and the perception, because I think that has a lot to do with these concepts. And I think my idea is that the concepts of anatta and anatman have been barbecued, and they've been done well done. And so you can't recognize what it used to be. Sort of like something that's been overcooked, burnt, and it's crispy. And it's like, is that really edible? And because I think it comes down to the idea of perception and awareness. And it's like Rob said, like an individual piece of one. I think it's really a simple, as simple as what it is. We are truly an individual, but we're also a piece of one. We are part of something bigger. There's an oversoul that we're each a finger, but the finger's part of a hand. The hand's part of an arm. The arm's part of a body, and the body's part of a group. And so, but we're still a digit, still each one a finger. So I think that individual responsibility is absolutely unavoidable and necessary. And I think very often people wanting to become spiritualized have possibly been looking to avoid responsibility. Maybe that's a big part of the spiritual pull. Run away from the worldly affairs and go into the spiritual domain and find God, and everything's just fine. I don't have to take responsibility for what's going on over there. But what's going on over there is really important. Example, like all those corporations that are pouring fuel and oil into our ocean. Oh, well, we're worried more about spirituality. Well, part of spirituality is trying to keep the oceans clean so that the whales can be alive, so that, the natural balance. I think the Jedi concept, the more I think about it, the concept of the Jedis in Star Wars, they're all about maintaining the balance in the universe. I think that's really what. So we talk about perception and awareness. And what actually gets me thinking as well is anatman. In Japanese, anatman. How would you pronounce it? Anatman. Anatman. But I'll give it a go. Should have a very interesting concept for us to look at, because it means you. So there we go. So the same word, which is transcribed from Sanskrit into Pali, is in Japanese. But in Japanese, they have a different take on it. It means you. It means to objectively view an entity of personality. So can I actually see you? Can I know you? Or am I seeing a simulacrum of what I think you are when I look at you? Am I getting my idea of you in my mind when I look at you? Welcome, Mexico. Much love. So this whole idea of perception, I think, is the key. Because in a state of awareness, there is no real distinction. I notice that when I'm in a deep state of awareness, staring at one's hand can be a rather interesting adventure, because you're like staring at this and takes you a while to perceive and go, hold on, that's my hand. Oh, yes, that's my hand. At first, there's just this thing. This is part of this blanket of whatever it is that you're looking at. And then your brain starts to distinguish and divide. I think that's the key, divide. And so the word in, divide, dual, individual, individualization has a lot to do with dividing and perceiving one thing as opposed to perceiving another thing. And so we're always looking at a part of the picture, and we divide what we're looking at by the idea of what we believe we're seeing in our minds. So we're continually in the state of division where we are projecting, or as they say in modern times, displacing our own idiosyncratic projections of what they can call anthropomorphic resonance, right? We tend to project onto everything that we see. Here's an interesting adventure. To anthropomorphize people's shoes. You should have a go at this. It's really interesting. Like, you can read people by their shoes. And if you start looking at shoes and giving shoes a personality, you can tell a lot about the person that wears the shoes by looking at the shoes. You can actually read people in their shoes. And the shoes tell the story of the person. It's fascinating. But it's you that you're seeing. So that person that you're reading in somebody else's shoes, you're reading, it's like there's a piece of them inside of you that you're carrying, because you're experiencing the subtotality of creation. And so in the act of experiencing the subtotality of creation, you're carrying the whole of creation within yourself, your bubble of it. But within the grain of sand, you can see the whole universe. Within the universe, you can see that grain of sand. So it's sort of like there's this fractal nature of being. And we are each a fractal of the entire universe, which is quite a thing to wrap our heads around. Consider ourselves as a fractal of a huge universe. But at the same time, within that fractal of ourselves, there is a fractal of each part of the fractal within the universe represented within ourselves, because we have divided ourselves from the universe. And like two cells, when they divide, the other cell takes all the genetic code with it, and it creates its own version of that cell. I believe the telomeres get a little bit shorter. Huh? Each cell division, the telomere gets a little bit shorter. It's called aging. But so I think there's a lot of interesting concepts washing out here, and I love what you do with the perception and the awareness, because I think the awareness is that Paramatman. And you mentioned Brahma,
The heart.
Indi. Sorry?
Oh, I thought you were going to say, I had mentioned that the heart is able to generate an internal cataclysm. I thought that's what you were going to reference.
It's getting to this. I'm trying to tie together what Indy was saying with what you were saying, because he mentioned the Brahma, and the Parabrahm is that oversoul. And so we are all living through Brahma's heart. And so we are all carrying within our own hearts, the heart of Brahma. And we are all a small cell in Brahma's body, but an individual part of a bigger part that is an individual, of which we are a reflection. But each cell has a slightly unique, its own telomere length, if you want to put it into a metaphor of DNA. And so within our hearts, we're carrying what every other heart is carrying. So this dissidence, I think that's what you're getting at, that we generate in our heart field, we're all sharing it. And the universe and the world around us is sharing the dissidence that we carry in our heart, and we're carrying in our heart the dissidence that's in the universe. So there's this profound unity. Is that what you were getting at?
Yeah, by dissonance you mean like the differences of people's sentiments are not aligned.
I mean dissidence. Okay, so yeah, I should probably choose my words more carefully. By dissidence, what I mean is incongruency.
Okay.
And by incongruency, what I mean is striving away from the harmony So if two tones and tunes musically are in state of dissonance, they are like clashing. And so there's competition or harmonic
Yeah.
disintegration of
Yeah,
the pitch.
especially as we've come out of the golden age and we've come into a more fallen time, people are at a stage of where in the illusion because of the dissonance. I feel like once we are able to transcend the dissonance and the blame and the judgment of others, we may then just vanish from the Maya as being in this level or this plane and maybe become like at the demigod level or something, perhaps. Because I feel like it's the more divided in our minds that we are, the further away we are from our source of the Godhead. I feel like that's how it kind of plays out. But there's always an aspect of resonance there. It's not absolute.
I think there's also a natural tendency for us as human beings to attempt to avoid pain or avoid conflict. And for me, I know that I have like many times I've had this illusion of who I am, and so I continue to tell stories to myself. I am this person. I do this. I believe this, in order to help reinforce and train almost my own kind of individual identity. And then it's required a lot of courage for me to go out and actually test to see if my own conception, when I put it out there in reality, who I think I am, do I actually act, and does the world respond and reflect back in an authentic matter? And so it's like the facing of reality and illusion, and it's painful to experiment with that and come to realize that maybe who the story I told about myself isn't actually true. And that's kind of scary, because then it's like, well, I have to face the question of who am I, and possibly I don't even know who I am. And that's a frightening kind of position to put myself in, because no longer the focal point is gone. Now it's blown apart, and now I'm kind of floating in this awareness, and I've got to try to find something to latch onto to get my sense of identity back. And so I think that's all I got right there for now.
I feel like that's a big part of self-mastery. The endeavor to master the self requires what they call it in alchemy, battling the inner dragon, the dragon within. So it's not necessarily something that's going to be easy, and it's not going to be fun. You're gonna go through the dark night of the soul by transforming your inner self. You basically have to come against yourself. You have to realize that my core beliefs are leading me to my own self-sabotage. And so if I'm going to transcend this, and we don't always get to a place where we can transcend that, if I'm going to transcend that, I'm going to have to slay my inner dragon. You have to have ego death. The ego is going to prevent change. The ego makes you so that you're a creature of habit. You're safe in the habits you've learned to the ego. But that's in your mind. They may be completely detrimental on all levels. But we protect what's familiar. And so when something unfamiliar comes into the picture, like, oh, I could develop inner peace, something I don't have, it's going to take sacrificing an aspect of the self to be able to attain that inner peace. And that's the inner turmoil that we need to face. So by facing that inner turmoil, it requires challenges. It's going to be some pain to go through it. I call it opening a can of worms. You got a festering emotional wound within you that's going to take some time to heal. And so it requires having that emotional support network to help you through that, and the spiritual tools that you're going to need to deal with that transformation, to come out on top. It's because, like, sometimes when you don't have all that, it could lead to your detriment. And so not everybody can handle this on their own. It's going to take support.
And then we also tend to have like a lot of friendships, or even like romantic relationships, jobs, like our own sustainability is wrapped really into our persona. And then so if we have to face the question of who am I, and some of those programs have to leave us, or sense of identity, well, then we might lose friends, we might have to change relationships, and that requires a lot of work and facing a lot of the unknown and uncertainty. I know that's been a struggle for me, and it took many times going through that cyclical process before I started to become more comfortable that this is just something natural that I go through, and not to get too freaked out about it or get too attached that I might lose some friends or might have to find new ones or find new jobs or different hobbies.
Yeah, well said. It can be very isolating when one transforms himself. The people that they used to resonate with may no longer resonate much. And so that's definitely a thing. A lot of people find that to be a very challenging aspect. And that can be something that can cause people to give up on self-mastery and go back and cling to having that social environment that they had, which usually is a detrimental one. Well, they'll kind of anchor them down to their own self-sabotage, oftentimes revolving around a certain drug of choice that was out of control, or another aspect of the personality that was engaging in something detrimental, that those friends were also they had a common friend in whatever the bad influence was, oftentimes. So if we can have the courage to be able to stand away from our previous toxic social environment and be willing to be in solitude through this process for some time until we develop a new resonance for others that our higher self can resonate better with. That's one of the aspects that's very challenging, the isolation of it all, of the self-transformation. So thanks for mentioning that. It's worth it to be able to find good new friends that lead you in a better way.
I think that's a very interesting place to arrive at. And I can share an experience that I had. Now, don't laugh, okay? You guys, okay, no, you can laugh. It's okay. It's okay to laugh. So I thought I was enlightened. Because I'd had like a mini enlightenment. I thought like that, oh, that must be it. That must be it. And we're talking about maybe about a quarter of a century ago. I was in London. And of course, I was like, I'd stopped using substances a long time before, but sometimes if I was in an environment and there was mushrooms, I'd be like, okay, as long as it's like 10 doses or whatever, I might have. Because I didn't want to just take, if I was going to fly out, I wanted to see something more, which you're never going to see. Anyway, I ended up becoming really close to a friend of mine, a dear friend. He became a dear friend, Walter. And he was going through something with his family. And we were really close. And we were connecting on very deep telepathic spiritual levels. And he had gotten this bottle of liquid LSD. And we had been enjoying some of this. And like, well, if I'm going to go, I'm going to go, may as well go like 5, 10 drops, whatever. And I ended up traveling through his consciousness, like I can only describe it as like a surfboard surfing through the tube of someone's consciousness, the tube of someone's mind. And I surfed right through that tube of that consciousness because I was so open to him and he was so open to me that we merged on a telepathic level. And I came out the other end shattered, totally shattered, because I saw myself through his eyes. Oh my God, what a revelation. I was like, oh my gosh, who is that? Because through his perspective, I saw me through his eyes when I was inside of him. And so relating to me, and I traveled through this tube of his consciousness. And when I came out, I was spat out the other end. I was like, hold on, now which one am I? Am I the me that was in me, or the me that I was experiencing inside of him, which is his version of me. I hope this is making sense. It might not be sounding excessively sensible. And so it was a real eye opener for me, with regards to this personal who I am, who I think I am, who I know I am, and recognizing, wow, there is a version of me inside of him, but it's not the same me as the version of me inside of me, and the version of him inside of me is not the same version of him as inside of him. Sort of like there's a resonant frequency of a person's character that you get when you connect with them, and it's like you have this sense of them inside of you. It's a feeling, a smell, a flavor, whatever you want to call it. It's who they are. Dogs are very good at this. Animals. And it blew my mind coming through his tube of consciousness. So I think that there's something quite humbling in the idea of I was very humbled by that whole experience. And then, of course, I was thrown into the dark end, and I had to, we've got to look at the spider again more closely. The spider eyes watching you from all the directions, which was something that was always a part of the background in the sublime consciousness. There's this thing always watching you. It's all these eyes. All 8 eyes are on you. And you've got a beady eyes on you. And I've always reflected that as being like the archetype of what we call Saturn, that consciousness. It's a being. It's a living being. It's an entity. But it's related to the spider. It's like a spider being. It's like a gigantic, energetic Spider-Man watching you. And that spider sense has got you. It's got you in its beady eyes. There's no way you can get away from it. And so it really caused me to have to start reevaluating who I thought I knew I was. Having thought I'd figured out the story, Okay, I figured it out. I've done the death thing a few times. I've come through the death thing. I've been through, that abyss. I've seen that creature. Well, I don't know what to call it. It's the shape changing adversary that everybody's so scared of. Been face to face with all the hordes. I've been in the middle of that place. I've been trapped. I figured that must be the whole of the story. And then I was dumped in the lap of humility, realizing, oh my gosh, there's so much that I have to learn. Like, whoa! Like, it didn't occur to me that who I am to me is only one aspect of me. And there's so many more aspects of me out there that I need to really absorb into me to become more fully me. It was a mind-blowing sort of that slight taste of the Parabrahm, that slight taste of the Adam Kadmon, that slight taste of the Manu, of that super soul of what is me, left my individual self shattered for a time being. I had to literally go down and allow all the pieces to fall off and allow the phoenix to rise again. And there's an interesting concept, the phoenix. I think when we're talking about the nature of the self, we're talking about anatman or paramatman as a concept. I think the idea of the phoenix is one that we should probably consider. And how does this relate to the self? Because the self is continually being destroyed, is it not? And being reborn on one level. And so I suppose this is a good place to go. Let's go into the occult concepts of the 7 great kingdoms. Okay, so there's lots of different ideas, that there's different perspectives as they relate to this concept. From the Western occult schools, so you can see it in the Kabbalah. Essentially, you have the Trinity, but the Trinity is embodied within Chesed, in the 4th sphere, becoming the 4th, which is a rather interesting concept, expressing the 3 of Jupiter in the number 4, which is how the mystic nature of 3 is expressed phenomenally as 4, because there are 3 relationships between the 4 possibilities. which bring us back to the concept of 7. So then we have the 7 rays being born from this concept of chesed, which is why when we look at chesed, we see it relates to, it relates to the mazloth, it relates to the macrocosm, touching the microcosm. So we have the first 3 elemental planes that are reflected in this consideration. Then there is above the firmament and below the firmament. So these principles of above the firmament are reflected below the firmament as the 3 elemental planes. And so you've got the 3 elemental planes of the fire, the water, and the air between the fire and the water. And you've got these fiery divine beings in the first of the 3 planes. And then you've got this, and everything's inverted. Let's just get this back to some kind of sense of concept as well. So you've got these 3 aspects of these fiery beings, the salamanders, and you've got the undines, which is the element of water, and we've got the sylphs as the element of air. These beings. I hope I've said that right. Anyway, and so these 3 make up the first fundamental triangle, the first 3 fundamental elemental planes. These 3 elemental planes resolve themselves in a 4th elemental plane, as like the Kabbalah suggests, which is why the Malkut has got the cross in it with the 4 elements, and that the 4th aspect of it is the black, or depending on what frequency you're looking at, because there's 4 different trees fundamentally. Could be yellow, but this relates to the earth element. So you've got the first 3 fundamental elemental states that resolve themselves within the 4th elemental state, which becomes the mineral kingdom, but is also the kingdom of the gnomes, the minerals. And the mineral kingdom is thus the 4th stage of evolution of this life principle. And so the mineral kingdom then becomes the vegetative kingdom, the 5th element. And the veg kingdom is ruling over what we can call vegetative mind. And it contains within it the seed of life. And the seed of life is the pranic expression of this. There's other versions in the Vedic schools of thought which actually specify the prana as being its own division, different ways of looking at it. And then the vegetative kingdom is bound within the animal kingdom. And the animal kingdoms are also within the vegetative kingdom and within the other previous 4 kingdoms, the mineral kingdom and the other 3 elemental kingdoms. And so we consider the mineral kingdom to be an elemental kingdom, which is interesting. But it's the culmination of the 3 original elemental kingdoms, which we call the earth mineral kingdom. And the animal kingdom is thus bound within the human kingdom. And the human kingdom is actually got the animal mind. And the animal mind is the usual mind that we have operating on the day-to-day. So the human animal. But the human kingdom has within it the divine potentials, the spark of transcendence and spiritual consciousness and awakening to deeper, more profound concepts. And so we've got these 7 layers that are rather profound, reflecting the 3 first fundamental elemental states. These 3 fundamental elemental states also resonate through the system to 3 states of being. And these 3 fundamental states of being are, obviously we've discussed this before, the absolute, the absolute state of reality, the bria, the astral substance, the etheric, the formative, that creates form from the astral substance. And this is within the sphere of the physical manifestation, body and material universe. And so the reason we're going into this is because we're going to look at how this reflects on a personal consciousness field level, the personal self. So we could look at these divisions and consider the state of within the absolute, which we could call the causal body, the causal field of consciousness. There are three aspects. So people often then write a chart and they try and add 3 above this, but actually that is 3 things, but it's also one thing. So it's a unity that so this unity, multiplicity, unity is sort of binding and distracting and binding and distracting and binding and distracting as different step up states of frequency and consciousness that relate to the nature of this existence, physical phenomenal reality that we're existing in through these different states and bodies. And so these 3 aspects there are also bound in the astral. There are also 3 kingdoms within the astral. And then there are also 3 kingdoms within the etheric. This is what brings us to the 9 numerations and the 9 numbers and the 9 gates, the 9 holes of the body, for example. That are rather fundamental in Vedic cosmology. Sorry, yeah?
I've got a interesting comment about the phoenix, and also a paradox question to ask maybe the chat or you all. Before we had started, I wasn't imagining the phoenix, but I was actually imagining like a fish or like a tadpole, like swimming in a bowl with water. And so at some point in time I felt like the little fish, but then as I continued to grow, all of a sudden the container that I was swimming in, it no longer had the room that it did once I started to grow. And then there's like an air pocket, in the bowl. And I knew as a fish, well, if I go into the air pocket, all of a sudden my nervous system and stuff, I can't breathe anymore. And so I want to go back into the water. But at a certain point in time, it can't contain me. And so I've got to generate that internal cataclysm and have a leap of faith in order to break free of my container and believe and have faith that there's going to be a larger container that I can swim in once I break through that. And there's a lot of new freedom that happens when I have that experience. And that's kind of like me going through that process of becoming the phoenix. And my paradox question is, I'm wondering, do we first relate to other human beings and other people, and then we're able to start to relate to nature and other animals and the consciousness of trees or rocks and other life forms? Or do we need to relate to nature and the animals in order to develop the path to better relate to other people?
I think it's kind of important to sort of see them both as the same thing. One thing that I've always found kind of like weird about humanity in general is that we make a very sharp distinction between us and animals and nature, and I think in that process of that, like, we kind of forget where our place is in the universe, and our sort of our faults, our fallibilities and our imperfections, and our desires and stuff. So the way I kind of map out my sort of ontological perspective, I think that there's sort of 2 sort of axes of self, which I kind of define as awareness and being. And what I mean by that is sort of awareness is basically it's pure perception, it's pure sort of external projecting experience. It's the Atman, the thing that's sort of watching. And then you have being, which is your body, your physical self, the part of you that like digests food and breathes while you sleep, that just pure physical, raw, material animal self. And the way I've been kind of thinking about it lately, I finally figured out a term that sort of best describes my metaphysical outlook, and I would consider myself as a dual substance idealist, and that there's these sort of two aspects of consciousness that sort of come together to create an individual self. So I was thinking about this because a couple people here were mentioning the concept of ego death, which I kind of refer to now as ego sleep, because what I realized that it's like there's two different types of ego death, or what, the idea of having a psychedelic trip where you no longer have a sense of individual self, or a samadhi meditation as well. It doesn't have to be a drug related one, or dreamless sleep. And so the way I kind of like think of it is that kind of psychedelic ego death is awareness in absence of being, and dreamless sleep is being in absence of awareness. And so it's the dialectical combination of these two aspects of consciousness coming together that actually create individual selves that have free will and have their own individual experience. Because if you only have one of those dynamics, only pure awareness or only pure being, you can't actually have an individual self. It would just basically be one being, playing sock puppets with itself. So the way I think of it, like that model of sort of awareness and being, I also think in terms of consciousness. I've been playing around with this idea that, instead of, animals that evolving sort of into humans, then becoming angels, it's almost like humans are like where the animals and the angels intersect. And so it's like the soul is kind of coming in from two different directions and sort of like coalescing at an omega point. So I forgot where exactly I was going with this idea, or what else I was going to imply with it. But I think when it comes to understanding the self, it seems that in our culture, we have a very kind of a monolateral conception of consciousness. So the Hindu or Buddhist would say that we are pure awareness, and that kind of that material being is sort of a byproduct of awareness. It's that there was this aware mind that created this material world. Conversely, the materialist point of view says that we are all being, we are all pure matter, and that awareness was generated from that being. So basically, the way you can think of it, there's two perspectives in that consciousness comes from matter, or matter comes from consciousness. And by seeing these as both different types of consciousness, instead of dividing them as into conscious and unconscious, I think you actually start to get a more accurate representation of what the phenomenon of consciousness actually is. So I think that when it comes to understanding the self, you need to understand yourself in both those contexts, because if you only view yourself as one, that individual self kind of disappears. And then you're left in that state where you're just kind of like the one with one thing. Where, as I kind of see it, it's almost like by the fact that there's like two forces, it's like a masculine and feminine God interacting to kind of like create a self. It's almost like it creates this sort of independent sphere of its own causality, which sort of, I think, creates mystery in the universe. Like, we kind of bring mystery to the universe by having those distinctions between ourselves. So I've been thinking lately that really, in order to understand the self, it's about taking those two. It's like you're almost kind of like you're creating, like you're connecting the dots, and you're figuring out where all the dots intersect. And that, to me, is how I kind of conceptualize like the self and the ontology of being and awareness.
That's lovely. I didn't actually get the beginning of what you were saying, but where it led, it was really lovely. And I do think there's a lot to be looked at here when it comes to these divisions, and how they've been structured, and why. Oh yes. Speaking of which, yes. that's what I was getting at. So these 9 divisions of numerations are rather fundamental now in a Vedic astrological chart. They are looking at your nine planets. These 9 aspects, they relate to the nine elements, the 9 numerations. And your whole Shastra is based on this. This is why when they do an astrological chart, it's 9 blocks. They do a 9-block square. And that's how they actually do your astrology chart. They draw it like that. It's really interesting. So they relate this as being rather fundamental. And so we can see the way the cosmological principles of the first 3 principles being embodied. And within the animal kingdom, there are 3 principles. Within the human kingdom, there are 3 principles. And these 3 principles keep repeating themselves in all things. Like in the human principle, the 3 principle would be the wife, the husband, the mother, the father, and the child, the nucleus family. In the animal kingdom, there are the our creatures. Those creatures outside there that are different to us, different species, and then the animal species web that we belong to. And within the mineral kingdom, there would be each of the 3 represents of the 3 elemental kingdoms represented within the earth element as one, and then another one would be the differentiated elements, and then the third element would be how they fit together. And then within each of those 3 elements, there would be the shadow of the other 2. So you've got this consistency of the number 3 and the 3 divisions of the soul. I think thus are worth noting, and we speak of it in common terms, right? We've got our mental body, we've got our emotional body, and we've got our spiritual body. And so, but what does this mean when we're talking about these 3 divisions, right? Our spiritual body is that which transcends the living and not living principles. Like when we take the flesh puppet off, put down the side of the road and say, I'm done with that flesh puppet. It was a great ride. Thanks for the ride, sir. And we move on. And so this notion of the spiritual being that which transcends life and incarnation and carries something in it, and the uploading feature, because it's like a supercomputer that needs to upload data and needs to download data. So it needs to download the astral field into the physical form, and then it needs to upload the etheric take from the physical form so that the spiritual body can evolve, because the spiritual body is in a state of evolution. That's why there's 3 aspects. So the whole notion of evolution revolves around the concept of 3: the past, the future, and the present. And we present the past of the future here. And the past presents the future to us. And the future is the present seen through the eyes of the past. What a concept. So you got these different ways of perspective of looking at time, and the passage of time and the flow of time is what is giving this nature of evolution and shift and change. Now, this brings us back to the concept of anatman and anatta, as they say in the Pali schools, which I think this is where the confusion comes with, because it's translated as no self. But I think that there's a reason why it's translated as no self. And I don't believe it's an accident. I think there's certain entities out there that don't want us to stumble on the truth. Because if we stumble on too much of the truth, we become powerful co-creators and we can undo the spells that are spellbinding the masses through the silver screen and all the other different magical devices that have been used to program us, education, and all such other elements. So I do think that we are sort of in a proverbial cage. And this is one of the reasons why I think
Franklin seems to be paused right now. Oh, he's back.
Am I still paused?
You're good. You're back.
Which brings me back to what Cosmic was saying at the onset of this conversation about how he appreciates the individual and the individual choice and the choice of free will. And I think that we cannot pretend that we don't have free will, because good luck with that. Like, and then decide what to eat, right? What time to go to bed, what you should do with the rest of the day. Oh no, you don't have free will. Good luck with that. Do you know what I
Think
mean?
of it this way, though, Shaman. I hear what you're saying, but there is something interesting about how beliefs can shape and course reality. Because here's the thing: what I've kind of noticed: if you genuinely don't believe that you have free will, you will act and behave as if you don't have free will. Your actions, your decisions, how you perceive, how you contextualize your experience will be filtered through that lens. So it's like your experience will confirm that particular belief. Like, I was thinking about it, like, why do so many, astrophysicists and, like, all these really high intellectual scientists, these kinds of people don't believe in free will? And I was thinking, it's like because their mind is so logical and so precise that there's no spontaneity in their thinking. So the actual nature of their consciousness acts in a more mechanical manner. It's almost as if we're becoming mechanized. And this is why I think nature is so interesting, because nature is interesting because it's kind of both it's order and chaos. It's kind of this like flawed, there's a kind of a flawed beauty to it, where it's like somehow it's like the imperfections only add more spice and add more character and personality. Because we were talking about dissonance earlier, but you'd be surprised to realize that in a lot of our famous songs that we grow up with and enjoy use dissonance in music. Take, like, for instance, the classic Super Mario Brothers theme. A lot of people don't really notice that, like that part where it's like it adds a little bit of like humor and levity, because it's not this like perfectly melodic melody. And I think what makes some dissonance kind of beautiful in music sometimes, when there's like mistakes involved, is that it brings it makes it more relatable. Because sometimes I think that with the concept, I think this also relates to itself, with the concept of perfection and this idea that we try to hold ourselves to these perfect standards. I think that's why when we find that something can be flawed and beautiful, that makes us feel much more connected to that beauty, because it's like, hey, I'm flawed, but I can still be beautiful in my own right, even though I'm not perfect. I think there's something really, really cool about that.
I think of the
I'd love-
concept of like aligned will. So I think of animals as having a purely aligned will. And so if you think of a lion doesn't suddenly wake up one day and he's super hungry and he's like, you know what? I don't feel like hunting today. I'm just going to go scavenge some berries and I'm going to sustain myself on berries. No, he'll hunt until he dies of starvation. There's no deviation whatsoever. He's purely aligned in his being and his purpose. Versus humans have the ability to align their will to illusion, which I don't really see in nature. And so humans have this concept of being able to self-deceive each other, self-deceive the self, which I find really, really interesting.
Yeah, I feel like the fact
That
that we
is-
kinda lost our instincts makes it so that we're kind of subjugated to these kind of states of affair that we get ourselves into. We are in escapism. I feel like we're trying to escape nature as a collective.
I think that this is a big problem, and I actually want to respond to that as well. Just getting back to something that Cosmic was saying earlier. What was it? Oh yes, free will. About belief, and I just want to look at the elephant in the room for a moment. What I heard you saying, Cosmic, was that we have free will to chain ourselves if we so choose. That's how free the will is. The will is that free that we can chain ourselves. The will is that free that we can program ourselves. But we have to freely choose that belief structure. It's not just something we're born with. We have to choose it. It's a free will act of choice. We can be tricked into it. The same way, someone can be tricked into doing something they don't want to do against their will, but they have to make the choice. Like when somebody says to you, hey, you get a message on your phone saying, we need this information from you. You have the free will to put the information there and let them empty out your bank account, but you don't have to. But once you do, those scammers are going to hack into your private details, and you get all these random texts. You guys must get it where you are as well. Like people texting you, pretending to be this or pretending to be that organization, and they generally want you to opt in or opt out, or you have the free will to choose to open those emails, even if they look dodgy, and to click on it. Like you've won a lot of money. Oh yeah. Okay. That's a classic one. You've won a lot of money. It's like, hold on. I didn't enter a competition. We entered you on your behalf. Just click here. It's like, hold a moment. This is a free will choice for me to be scammed or not scammed. People click it. They say, I was scammed. You were not scammed. You chose to, So I think that the notion of free will is an absolute one. And the absolution of such freedom is a prison. We are imprisoned by our free will. And our will is so free that we have no choice but to make a choice. What a concept. It sort of makes you look at free will through a different perspective, possibly. And coming back to what you were saying about divorcing ourselves from the animal kingdom and wanting to, I'm better than that, my poo doesn't stink kind of thing. It's like, yes, you do have little microbes living in your gut. And guess what they do to your food? It doesn't smell good. It doesn't look good. You wouldn't put it on your face and go, hey, how do I look? Do you know what I mean? There's a reason for that. We are animals. We are carrying the forest inside our bowels. And so we're carrying the forest for us. We're carrying the forest floor, only it doesn't smell as good as the forest floor we know when we go into the forest. And we wouldn't just put it on the forest floor. We'd be polite about it. We'd dig a hole because it's disgusting. We don't want to see that. We don't want other people to see our forest floor. Gosh, look at my forest floor compared to this forest floor. So there's this continual denial, I think, of our animal self and our animal nature, and the fact that our animal nature is part of a vegetable kingdom. And I think that, from my perspective, it could be something to do with the heritage of our indoctrination of many, many generations into our bloodlines, into our ancestral lineage of ancestors being put to the torch, rocks tied to them, thrown into pools, tortured until they're like, I'm evil, I'm evil, I'm a demon, I'm a witch, whatever. There, now we can burn you. I think a lot of that, and you're not allowed to read, and you're a serf, and we're going to kill you if we want to do this. Sorry, I mustn't say that word. We're going to unalive you. We're going to do all these things. All the things that have been done to our ancestral lineage has left us in a state of potential trauma. And we're carrying this potential trauma of the ancestral lineage in us. And this is something I noticed when I started working with the ancestors. Was, wow, this trauma. Where's this trauma come from? And that sort of opened up a verse from the Bible to me of like, the sins of the parents become the sins of the children. It's like, what does this mean? Think about it. It doesn't make sense. Or maybe it does. Maybe there was free will choices made by our ancestors to live in fear. Maybe there were really good reasons for it. But because they lived in fear, the living in fear was our great-grandparents and our. So we're living in a state of fear because it's been passed on to us as a hereditary ancestral lineage. And I think part of the denial of that we're animals, denial of that we are supposed to be these divine beings, separate from the world, because this was the indoctrination, wasn't it? The Catholic school was very clear about this. Humans are of a divine realm potential, and we can go to heaven. But animals, they don't go to heaven, right? That's what we were taught in the churches, or am I wrong? Animals don't go to heaven. So plants don't go to heaven. Only humans. So they must be below us. I don't know. Well, I'll leave it at that for the moment. What do you guys think of the ancestral carrying, and how much of what we think we are is a remnant of our ancestral residue?
Well, humans are able to impact like the ancestral lineage in a way that animals aren't able to do. So if I think of like a balanced animal ecosystem, it's like all of the species are all in balance with each other in this consumption, balance, destruction type of cycle. And the only time I see that a ecosystem in nature is upset is when humans seem to upset the balance in that ecosystem. So I'm thinking of like, oh well, humans bring this invasive species of fish from Asia into a North American environment where it doesn't belong, and then they put it in the pond over there. Well, all of a sudden that species eats all of the fish that were native to that pond, which then upsets maybe the bears that get the food from there, or your beavers, and then all of a sudden chaos is just kind of erupted into that ecosystem, where humans, it's like our consciousness and everything is able to create a impact in our children, and then the children of their children, in how we form our speech, our ideas, our perception of the world, our responsibility as caretakers for the environment. And that's really wrapped up also in our own identity. Is it everything just service to self, how I want? Am I the only person that exists, or am I going to treat the impact that I have on other human beings and my blood relatives as me almost existing as beyond just the process of my own individual life? And how does the human ecosystem look, and how do we maintain balance in that ancestral lineage like we would in a natural ecosystem, and see maybe some of the causes and effects of how we interact with the world?
That's a valid consideration, which is why I think the Rosicrucian model, the Steiner model, and various models put the human as being surrounding the other elemental kingdoms, or at the center of the kingdoms, depending on which way you look at the map. Either way, at the center, it's coordinating the others, or surrounding it. It contains the others. And definitely, as humans, we because we are of the animal kingdom and of the plant kingdom. I think the animal kingdom, here's a very interesting point of perspective. The animal kingdom can have that impact on the plant kingdom more readily, by what birds eat seeds and where they fly, and what species of birds are around. And the plant kingdom are sort of bound by what the animal kingdom are. And so the animal kingdom are bound by what the human kingdom are. And the crystallization, mineral kingdom, is bound by what the plant kingdoms are. Because the plant kingdoms are sustaining the microbes that break down minerals. And so whether the rock becomes soil or not is really up to the plants, in a sense, which is an interesting concept, because they are coordinating the orchestra of microbial life. I see Rob saying here, who bought it? One person, and we condemn all men. Yeah, unfortunately, it's an interesting dynamic. I mean, I think we all have this in us. I think what's been done to the one is shared by the many, in a sense. And when it's been done to the many, each one of us carries it. And so, from this perspective, it's had a huge impact on the whole of the world. And what happened with the advent of the Roman control of the known world, inventing the Catholicism, the way they invented it, which seemed to be an instrument of control, the way it was used. Probably not, obviously not the way it was intended, but for all we know, the Greeks knew what they were doing. I mean, they did invent Latin after all. So they seem to be quite wise about how to control the masses. And so I do think that there's definitely this trauma that we're all carrying within us. And I think it goes further back. I think it goes way, way further back than just these modern last thousands of years as we're considering it. I think that the Akashic records holds the records of all time within us. So on some level, we are open to an entire ancestral lineage right back to the beginning. And I think our junk DNA is really just this, really carrying all of that information in us. And so thus the junk DNA will increase and increase and increase and increase and increase and increase. It doesn't have to carry the whole formation of the body and everything. I think it's like compressed files. If you look at your computer, right, you can have compressed files. And those compressed files take up a very small amount of space. And you can cram a whole lot of them into your hard drive. But they're useless to you until you expand them and unpack them and, inflate them like little deflatable dinghies. And we're full of these little deflatable dinghies in our raw DNA, which is 98 to 99% of all of our DNA already, probably more than 98% of all of our DNA. So all of that is junk DNA. And I get the feeling that as we move forward in time, that'll increase until the amount of our DNA will become less and less and less and less and less, which is probably also related to something else, like evolutionally, our change. And, and something else Mexico mentioned about being born in different family lines. I think there are limits to free will because, and that's an interesting concept. We are so free in our world that we freely limit our free will by fear. If you think about it, well, what is it that limits our free will? It's us. It's our fear. It's our fear to go into the uncharted lands. So we tend to, somebody was saying earlier, we tend to go with what we're familiar with. Was that you, Cosmic, or was it you, Aaron? I can't remember which one of you, but we strive towards recreating the familiar. And so the familial bonds are so strong in us because we resonate with those vibrational fields. And I think we've become crystallized in particular patterns of harmonic resonance. I suppose it's a good idea to look at the cosmic oversoul, these ancestral lineages. What are your guys' takes on this?
I think it's kind of it's an evolutionary thing, and let me kind of break down what I mean by that. I think one of the things that I think distinguishes humans from the rest of the animal kingdom is that we have the ability we have an imagination, not just where we can sort of build models of things we've experienced, but we can kind of custom build things in our minds. So the way I see it, we are essentially an animal in the same way that fish evolved to become amphibians so that they could breathe air instead of water. We are like the organisms that are like humans are basically sort of like the progenitors of like exploring sort of fourth dimensional perception. And the way I think of fourth dimensional perception is that if you think of three-dimensional perception, it's kind of the walls and everything around you, just your normal five sense. But in your mind's eye, you're also able to create a three-dimensional landscape. So in a sense, where we are living in multiple three-dimensional landscapes, thus creating a larger fourth-dimensional landscape. And what's happened in what's kind of relating to what Bush Whisperer was talking about is that, I've been thinking lately about the issue with kids and cell phones and people spending too much time on cell phones and social media, being locked in that virtual reality and wanting to connect more to that virtual reality rather than the world outside. But I'm starting to think that this problem that we're experiencing now has kind of always been with us. When we kind of were able to see other worlds that are beyond this one, we wanted to say, oh, if I can imagine this, heavenly abode, and with the clouds and Jesus and stuff, screw this place with all these trees and animals that eat each other and stuff. So there's that sense of like wanting to, that spirituality became from getting away from nature. And if you think about kind of like the depictions of afterlives from different cultures throughout time, I think that if you think about a lot of some of the earlier religions, like the Babylonians and Sumerians, or even the Egyptians, the afterlife was thought to be sort of like, on the ground. Like the Egyptians' idea of heaven was, we're going to go out and be out in the fields and work, and we're going to get all the harvest. But then as we kind of progressed more throughout history, heaven then thought to be a place up in the clouds, up in this abstract place. And so it's like there's a separation of these two worlds that are kind of happening. And that's why I think I'm so interested in like fairy and nature magic, because I want to use spirituality to get closer to nature as opposed to farther away from it in a more kind of Gnostic, world-hating kind of sense. So I think what's happening as humanity is that we've been given this gift, this fourth dimensional perception, but we don't know how to use it responsibly or accurately. We use it for a lot of stupid stuff. We mess things up with it, and it's like we don't know how to integrate this new stuff. It's kind of like where the fish who've learned to evolve into amphibians, they're not really moving around. They haven't evolved arms or legs. They're just kind of flopping on the shore, and they're staying on that shore a little bit longer. That's kind of where we're at the moment. We're like, we've been swimming around in this three-dimensional pool, and we've discovered this fourth dimensional surface land area. And so I think when it comes to spirituality and why we're sort of off course is that we need to realize that it's still about nature. We're not really like, supposed to just totally drift off into this spiritual dimension. We need to integrate this new spiritual dimension into our natural world and make it become a part of it rather than one that's separate to it. And that's the way I kind of see why we're in this sort of quagmire that humanity presents itself with.
I find it interesting that when we're talking about evolution, growing up, the public school system was so focused on evolution in the animal kingdom. And I'm thinking that it develops the idea at least it did in my mind, well, the animal kingdom just evolves on its own. It's got its own thing, its own generative force. We don't have to do anything about it. And then that also translates to make it easier to accept that, humans naturally evolve on their own. We don't really need to participate in the process. It's just going to happen on its own. And both of those are creating the conditions in order to remove self-responsibility as the generative force for evolution or for change. And I definitely see nature as kind of the teacher to ensure we still have some sense of orientation of what actual balance looks like, since humans are able to self-deceive and almost have a little more control over their mental and emotional bodies and how they respond to different causal conditions. And that helps to nature being the grounding rod of balance, helps ensure that we don't get completely off course. And I also wonder, if we were better stewards of nature and how nature may have its own evolutionary process, maybe it would start to produce some of the solutions naturally for problems that we're having in the human environment. But we're so chaotic and so off course that we can't recognize some of the subtle things that are going on in the animal kingdom that might have the answers to some of our problems. So I'm thinking of like exotic species or species that provide medicinal benefits to humans. And I noticed there's this huge trend in kind of the New Age community about, oh, there's these 144,000 light workers, and like there's these special people that pop up, and they, I think it almost serves as kind of a relief valve for the idea that, oh, if humanity gets really off course, maybe there's kind of these exotic species, people that are a little bit different, that serve as the solution or are able to have the right alignment or mental ideas to help humanity with whatever problems that they're going with. And I'll take that all the way back to kind of like discovering the authentic self. So like as I've gone through my journey, I've always been kind of confused. Well, why is it that I seem to be so much different in a lot of areas than other people? Why am I so focused on the evolution of my own spiritual process, how I understand things, the mind being in service to others and trying to help be a generative force for kind of the evolutionary things that are going on in humanity. So I'm trying to kind of, maybe Shaman can help me put it all kind of together, but those are kind of a lot of the different aspects of the question or entire circle that I'm trying to kind of piece together.
Well, in my philosophy, humans are somewhat lost of our origins, and we've speculated a lot of having come from various places at various times. But all that we know is that we disappeared from the fossil record up until about 200,000 years ago. Wherever we were, it doesn't seem evident in the fossil record where we were. And according to our physiology of having emerged in around 200,000 years ago as we are now, it appears that we had become aquatic hominids for about 4 million years. And after having gone through this stage of living like the seals, sleeping on the beaches at night, becoming what I consider amphibious marine hominids, we had instincts to live at sea that we had developed over millions of years that we still have. And when we're born as infants, we can swim in the water, turn belly down, swim down into the water, come up to the surface, turn belly up and breathe instinctually. And so we're pulled out of our instinctual environment by our parents. Now, how long has that been going on? Was there a time when we decided that we weren't going to go back to the sea and that we have to develop new instincts now? That must have happened at some point in our evolution. If what seems to be the case is the case, everything points in the same direction. And this is hard for us to understand, but we know that mermaids are a symbol that is universal amongst human collective. Also, we notice that we have somewhat of a difficulty and a struggle with the abilities of other animals to thrive in their environments. We seem to have very awkward mobility, for one thing. It's hard for us to move around with the agility that the creatures amongst us seem to move with. We're very clumsy and awkward, which is something that you would see from an animal that's come out of its natural habitat, is in transition. The fact that we're missing a coat of fur, our low density muscle and bone tissue, the hair on our head is thought to have been used by the mothers to carry the baby, who would ride on their backs, and their hips and bubble butts would form as somewhat of a saddle for the baby to be able to hold on as the mother would swim and the baby would hold on to the hair. So there's so many things about us that's indicative of an aquatic mammal. Like, for example, our esophagus and our trachea, their alignment is much different than terrestrial mammals, and it's exactly the same as aquatic mammals, so that we can mix our food and our air in our throat, where other animals don't have that issue. They can't choke. And until the Heimlich maneuver was created a few hundred years ago, I think that was one of the leading causes of death was choking to death. So there's some very strange things about us, and the reason why the esophageal and tracheal alignment changes as an aquatic mammal is so that we can breathe through our ears and then later through a porthole as we evolve. But the seals have only been in the sea for about 20 million years, and they came from the pinnipeds, which also diversified into the bears as they bifurcated. The bears and the seals are of the same origin. And since they've only lived in the sea for 20 million years, they haven't developed a porthole, but they have developed fins. Cetaceans like whales and dolphins have lived in the ocean for 40 million years, and so they've developed a porthole and different physiology. And so we can kind of see the progression of living in the sea. We've developed somewhat webbed fingers, streamline, glossocotopher, able to jump and dive into water, proboscis-like nose that's much different than all the other primates, much less the proboscis monkey, allows water to not go into our nostrils as we dive into the water and swim through it. And so pretty much all of our traits and our diet can be explained by our lost origins of having come from the sea and lived there for millions of years. So this is going to be hard for people to wrap their heads around because it's very foreign to us. But as we look through the people that have already developed this theory, I was able to discover this in the channeling out-of-body experience. It was shown to me. And then later I discovered that there was a man named Desmond Morris who created the naked ape. And then later on, Elaine Morgan created the aquatic ape theory based off of her husband, Alistair Hardy, who was a marine biologist. And so when we can see ourselves as an animal once again, instead of glorifying ourselves, which self-glorification usually comes from a denial of self-loathing. We see that amongst individuals that have addiction problems. They'll oftentimes not take responsibility for their issues. It leads to narcissism and psychopathy, which seems to rule mankind. Those who are of that toxic nature seem to be of the leadership elite. And so maybe we've been deluding ourselves for so long that we've kind of followed along these Pied Pipers that are leading us along in these delusions, because it's more fun to entertain these delusions of escapism. It makes things more exciting than having to deal with the fact that we're in a struggling transition right now. And it's going to be very hard for us to get back to thrival. We're just surviving. But I think it's important that we're able to at least acknowledge that we are able to transition to a better way, in a better place. Because as long as we entertain these escapist delusions, we're going to lead to our own detriments. And part of that is showing by the detriment of nature amongst the technology that we use, our reliance upon it to escape from nature itself, is destroying nature. This is considered an extinction level event right now because humankind is destroying hundreds of species a day by devastating the rainforest and the sea and all different aspects of nature. So I feel like ultimately this could be a master plan of Mother Nature for us to go through this stage where we're kind of, as Cosmic said, we're creating our access to a fourth dimension. We're creating our access to a higher spiritual fourth dimension that can enable us to come back here and see things in a greater light. And for those of us like myself who have done that, I feel like we come back seeing past the delusion of self, seeing past the ego, starting to see more connections with nature. And as we're divided from nature, we've never escaped it. We're right amidst it. We're just living in cages. We cage ourselves inside of nature. And one thing that could be a good potential improvement to our coping mechanisms would be from going from living in these boxy cages and having to heat and cool them to living in berm houses or hobbit homes or earth ships, where we live inside of the earth in a berm or hill. And if you're under a foot of earth, you don't need to cool or heat your home. And so as we've grown away from the ways of nature. We can learn a lot from the animals who are in thrival.
I think that's very interesting, and I definitely want to get into that. It's a big conversation. I think there's some hints that we can sort of extrapolate from the original Sumerian cuneiform tablets that might explain some of this, Tiamat explosion and life from Tiamat and the Grigori, or those beings that came from that planet that were on Mars, the Igigi. I think there must have been an aquatic presence and shared with us in the DNA. I think we must have some element of aquatic in us, because Earth was a piece of Tiamat, and Tiamat was an oceanic planet, just about covered exclusively in water. Almost all the life was in the water. So a lot of the DNA that we're made out of there's going to be a history there, whether it was on this planet or on a previous planet, hitched a ride through, wherever to get here, the DNA to evolve to what we've become. It's an interesting discussion. I think there's more to this because there's too much logical argument to why we have an aquatic element. I also want to get back to what Aaron was questioning, and I find it a very difficult question to tackle because I don't know which direction to hit it from. It's like a ball that's coming at you from multiple directions. You only got one bat. Aaron, just to check with you, and Aaron might be eating or he might be doing something. I don't know if you're present. Just the question was about the 144,000. Am I right? And about the
Well, it was mostly it seems like in the animal kingdom, different plants, and I call them like more exotic species, and I'm not thinking of something specifically, but it seems like they serve a different kind of generative function than the balance of the other species. Or like thinking of like specific herbs seem to produce a healing effect that benefits the evolution of the human ecosystem. And then as a reflection of that, it's like certain people seem to almost be like an exotic species where the authentic self blueprint is different than the general population. And I'm wondering, well, also that it seems like it's a huge idea in the new age with the 144,000. It's like some natural recognition that there are people that seem to serve some sort of different purpose. And so I'm trying to kind of like tie it all in together.
I see the subtlety. That this is why it's such a difficult. It's got multiple facets in it. I think, though, this is what I think. I think when we look at the second principle of Hermes, what I call the quantum entanglement principle, just because it's easy to consider it as such, but it has to do with all elements, information, everything. So it's the correspondence. All things correspond to other things. All people correspond to other people. And there would be a series of correspondences that close the loops of circles to keep the flow of prana to be moving through the plant kingdom, the animal kingdom, the human kingdom, mineral kingdom, elemental kingdom, if that makes sense. There's this consistency of this flow of energy that seems to me to be necessary in order for the pranic field to be pervasive, which it is. And so everything stems from the pranic field. The pranic field would be pervasive. I think that there are a limited number of elements in the universe, and that this pranic thing is the 144,000. I think it's to do with the prana. I think it's to do with the frequency, the resonant frequency of prana. If that makes any sense in any, it could be 144,000 gigahertz, if that makes sense, because I think it's got to do with the bit rate of the universe, because the universe is downloading, uploading, downloading, uploading, downloading, uploading, downloading. It's happening really, really fast. And the pranic field is this upload, download. And then this pranic field splits into the electromagnetic, magnetic, electrical, magnetic, carrying of the same frequency on a different level. And then this becomes a different frequency of elemental, and then this slows down and becomes a plant frequency, and this slows down, becomes an animal frequency, it slows down, becomes a human frequency. And so all of these frequencies are bound within each other through the principle of correspondence, that there is this cycle of correspondences moving through all of these resonant frequency tones. And so there has to be this commingling of principles through the different kingdoms in order for, because we've got to understand that we carry the animal kingdom within us. So there are going to be animals that serve us, that help us. And there are going to be within the plant kingdom, which is carried within the animal kingdom, elements within the plant kingdom that are good for particular animal kingdoms. And the same for the humans, since we carry the animal kingdom within us and the plant kingdom within that. And then the same can be said for the mineral kingdom, and then the elemental kingdom, and all of these. I think there's this consistency of resonant frequency that is bound by a harmonic scale of being, and that the harmonic scale of being is binding and reflecting these idiosyncratic relationships that we were observing and commenting on. And I think that the New Ages have taken this to, once again, divorce it from nature. There's this, but even with those beings from beyond, we have this too, because we think of ourselves as being the apex, but we also fit within something else, if that makes sense. The same thing way that the animals fit within us, we fit within something else, and that fits within something else. And so this correspondences go beyond us. We aren't the end of the line. And I think that so people have looked at that correspondence and glorified it, instead of recognizing it, that it's the same principles from one phase to another phase to another phase, and that there has to be this collaborative correspondence set of sequences in order for the harmonic frequencies and resonance of life to be able to permute or permeate, and that the fundamental web of life, which is carrying the pranic field, is a fairly singular field, like the Jedi's consider it like the Force, if that makes sense. And so this differentiates into two things, differentiates into 4 and 3, and differentiates in, and there's only so many differentiations that it has. And those differentiations are then once again assembled in a different way. And then for a more complex device, you're still using the same building blocks. And so we're built out of building blocks that are building blocks that are building blocks to build us. But there's the same building blocks that are building in those plant is in us, which is why that plant serves us, if that makes sense, which is why we have relationships with certain animals and we don't have relationships with other animals. Like, generally speaking, humans don't have very good relationships with snakes, right? They don't really serve us. But dogs, we've definitely got relationships with dogs and cats and birds. Well, why did we always have birds around? Obvious, because birds sit in the trees. If you look at a bird, right? So what do birds do? They sit in the tree and they jabber, and they say, "Uh-oh, there's a leopard coming." And all the little animals go scurrying away because the birds have given that call. And certain animals have even learned to mimic those calls of those birds to say, like, that's the leopard call. Oh, leopard, leopard, leopard. And everybody suddenly vanishes and goes and hides in their little burrow and in their hole to get away. And the leopard comes through and he doesn't eat because of the birds. And the leopard looks at the birds angrily going, "You bunch of bloody, you took my lunch away from me." So I think that we've always had birds around because birds and us share this communication. We're able to communicate on the level with birds, and we're able to communicate on the level with dogs. We struggle to communicate on the level with snakes. They've got their own, you know, we can, but it's not so native to us as dogs and birds are native to us and cats. So we've always had birds around because you've got your children playing here, right? And if you had birds around your home, if you're living in a farmstead or whatever, and you've got like leopards and wild animals around, you'd know when the wolves or the leopards or whatever are approaching, or a snake. You'd know when they're approaching because the birds would be like, uh-oh, there's something there. And if you're tuned into it, you'd be able to, where's my child? Get your child. Do you know what I mean? So I think that there's these relationships that exist. And so cooperation is the nature of being. In the same way that we consider our bodies to be our bodies, but actually our body is a field of cooperation by different entities, organs. And I think of the organs as being a different being. And each organ has its own personality. And these organs have got to get together in this body and make a little gang, a friendship circle. And so they've got to get on with each other. And this organ wants you to eat more sugar, but that organ wants you to do this. That organ wants you, each organ has its own desires. And so we are ruled by our organs. That's the animalist side of ourselves, I think. The animal and the vegetative kingdoms coming into union. And so each of the organs has its own intelligence, has its own emotional state, has its own mood, has its own. And so our bodies seem to be our bodies, but it's actually a set of organs operating together in different fields of tissue. And each tissue is like a population of ants, and they have their own desires and their own group consciousness will. And those tissues are basically bound by other fields of tissue. And between those tissues, there's other populations of microbes that have got contracts with those tissues, And so it's quite a broad democracy, if that makes sense. This physical body is a democracy.
Yeah, that's really helpful. Thank you. And it also helps me better relate to the concept that I have that it seems like people are serving the different organ functions of a spiritual perception type being, because I think of like myself wanting to always learn more information, expand ideas, like an adrenaline junkie a little bit. It's almost like as if I imagine myself as the a certain aspect of this spiritual being. Well, I'd probably be an organ that is stimulated more by an adrenaline response, or maybe some sort of pineal gland or something that's just that's part of its nature. And so when I align more of my authentic self to that, that seems like I get a better flow of maybe the prana. Everything moves a little bit better. Where if I tried to pretend that maybe I was like a small intestine or something, well, it just doesn't really function with the makeup of whatever my consciousness type field is. And so I think part of my own, I guess, self-discovery process is like, well, what role do I serve in this larger being's organ of perception, and how can I find other people that also have the same makeup, so then we can create a more harmonious balance in the egregore that's kind of being created. And then the disease would be, well, you've got a lot of people that are trying to be the persona, or how society is trying to condition you to be. Well, that it's trying to make me be an arm, and I'm not an arm. And as long as I continue to try to pretend to be an arm, well, I'm going to create like a cancerous disease in that spot until I choose to go and be the ear, because I'm supposed to be the ear.
I like that, the arm and the ear. It's quite the powerful symbolism being carried between the arm and the ear. Ear, here, here has got to do with lordship in Germanic languages, and it's also got to do with hiring. Here, and the word hour, as in hours, what brings us together, like a conch, when we are together and we're listening or to the same ideas. And hour, the time glass, an hour is what connects us to each other. Sound, this frequency of, as opposed to army, getting armies out there on the board because it's a competition. We got to win the war. They want us to be armies. They want us to get together and be soldiers and go win the war. And we're like, we want to be ears. We just want to listen to, like, the birds and the tweets and just enjoy like what we've got, be a collective. The whole idea of the collective is an interesting concept. Because when we're looking at the nature of the self as a collection within ourselves, and that we are a collective within ourselves, it makes it easier to understand that that free will that we have is a free will that we have, but the chain of being keeps popping into my consciousness. And so the free will of us driving the ship is a free will that we have to drive the ship. But the person the motor has its own will, the rudder has its own will, the sail has its own will. The galley that feeds everybody that's on the ship has its own will. And so all of these wills become a aggregate will that we wield as the captain of the ship. Funny to use the concept of ship, because to skep is to serve, right? Skep, ship, is to serve. And so to be in a ship is to serve. Maritime law, we know the score, right? It's all about the law of the sea, to serve it. And then as being in a ship, we have to serve our ship. So our free will is free, but it's bound by self preservation, which isn't a free concept. If you think about it, we think, oh, well, it's just obvious. Well, think about why there's self-preservation, because each member of the ship is like, no. We're not going onto those rocks, And so the free will is freely bound, but all these parts of ourselves are also part of the decision that we don't recognize. And these are our desires and our emotions and our passions and our instincts kicking in, where you might want to do that, but your desire and your instinct shuts you down with fear. Why can't you do that? That's the other side of the free will, because each part of us also has free will, in the same way that we have free will, and you have free will, and I have free will, and he has free will, and she has free will, and they have free will. And we could all co-create this wonderful reality that we want, but we all have free will and we're clashing. So the reality we end up with is this whatever cacophony of free wills trying to produce a song. And so we look at life and we go, oh, this music seems a bit cacophonic, And I mean, we hear it, like just turn on the radio. Does anyone have radios anymore? I don't know. Do we have radios? Apparently radios still exist. I just haven't seen one since like decades. But you know what I mean? Like MTV, whatever. Cacophony. Cacophony has become the new music. You need to be on a lot of coffee to enjoy the cacophony. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense to you. Maybe if you're on enough amphetamines, the music makes perfect sense. Like, now it makes sense. I am now properly like psychotic. Now I can enjoy this music, which is, it makes me think of GABA. Do you guys know GABA?
The genre?
GABA. If that doesn't get you dizzy, what will?
It's like basically, so people who don't know what GABA is, it's basically kind of like a form of techno that's like more than 200 beats a minute. So it's like insanely fast.
Yeah, it makes sense when you're on ketamine or amphetamines. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. Like, what's going on? I don't know. But like, if you're on a substance, it makes more sense, which makes you wonder like, what on earth is going on here? So I think that we've turned this life into a GABA music, and we've got too much. And I think that's why we are so disassociated from nature, why we've tried to pull ourselves away from nature, because we've got so much going on here that nature's slow, nature's simple, nature's, harmony, nature's just expanding beautifully in its natural slow flow. And we're like, we're going too fast. We're on caffeine. We can't slow down enough to listen to the bubbling brook. I don't know. That's my take on how we've disassociated from nature. And I think that music GABA is a perfect example. Gosh,
I feel
feel
like
myself flashbacks.
hold on. I feel like the transition that we've gone through with all the detriments we've gone through and experienced now, I feel like this is a necessary part of the transition. We couldn't have just been where we were and then popped to somewhere else and all of a sudden just righted ourselves in one generation. I feel like we've gone through things that needed to happen. Even though we're saying now like, oh, this isn't good, this is a mess, we're getting stuck in this mess. But I feel like as far as embracing this stage, it's like embracing the denial that you'll be in before you go into shadow work. It's necessary. It's in a necessary part. It's somewhat of a detrimental aspect of the process, but you got to take a step back to take 2 steps forward. And I think that's where we're at right now. So as much as we want to say this is just such a mess, it's so bad, we need to get rid of it, I feel like by embracing it more now, we can develop a vision of being able to transcend it. But when we're in it, it's hard to see past it. So it's a difficult thing. But I feel like there's an aspect here that is the elephant in the room we haven't really spoken upon. We've mentioned on it. We try to conform to a broken system. And for the people that try to stand up against the conformity, come up with ideas that are going to give us progress to move forward, they're oftentimes ostracized. And so for these people, they have to be brave, and they have to come out and have their courage and be willing to be brought down by the collective to be able to say their word. And I feel like there's a lot of people that are willing to do that have come through the history that have become famous over time. But in the time when they started to come out and speak against the collective and come up with a different narrative, they were ostracized tremendously and oftentimes jailed or sometimes executed. If you look at Giordano Bruno, Galileo, Darwin was given a hard time by the church, I think, at first, but he had to do things to be able to escape that. So there's people out there that are able to, maybe it's the 144K, that are able to change the narrative, able to help people see into a deeper vision of where we are, where we're going. But these people have, the collective makes it hard for the individual. So for the selves, that the person who is the self that's been able to be given this gift of being able to have sight of things that are not shared with you, things that have been shown to you, those people are a unique group of individuals. And I feel like that could be considered the 144,000. But I mentioned in the comments that it also resonates similarly with the indigo rays of the law of one. The law of one suggests that indigo rays were people that came from the future to be reincarnated in the past to fix a broken timeline that was going to arise before their time, where they made it utopian again, so that the species did not have to go through this toxic timeline that's coming upon us. That's what the idea of the indigo rays is from the law of one. So that could kind of explain why people have like a really different, sometimes you say they're an old soul. Some people have a very different complete philosophy of life than the rest of the collective. I feel like I stand against the collective in that I value nature and integration with ourselves and with one another far above the values of greed and money and safety. I don't know. I feel like people are mostly adverse in focusing on safety in the collective. There's a big push for that, and that comes from the fear. But that's preventing us from taking steps forward, I think.
You know, something just came to me just now. I've been thinking another aspect of why humanity feels disconnected from nature is I think it's like there's a shame aspect to it. What I mean by that is it's kind of like there's this environmentalist, like, oh, look at these filthy humans that we're destroying the planet, we're polluting. I think a lot of us actually feel a lot of shame in that, like we've hurt our mother, we feel bad about it because we feel so guilty about what we've done. You know, we feel kind of reluctant to connect to that because, like, oh my God, look at me, I'm this terrible human. I'm part of the destruction of this planet. You know, Mother Goddess won't forgive me. She won't love me anymore. And I think that is something, because I've had these experiences where I'm in addition to channeling the Fae, I also, before that, I was kind of more into sort of just like channeling the divine feminine in general, channeling Mother Nature. And she's kind of like, whenever I would kind of interact with her, she's kind of like, it's kind of like when you have a little kid and they spill some milk and they, you know, they cry, they're upset about it because like, oh my God, I made this mess. And the mom's like, it's okay, sweetie, you just made a little mistake. And that's when I interact with Mother Nature and I kind of talk about like, you know, what like humanity's in the planet, it's that same kind of attitude. It's like, hey, you know what? You don't really know what you're doing. I know you think you're destroying the planet. In some reason you are, but you know what? Mother Nature still loves you. She still cares about you. She just wants what's best for you. And I think, to me, if we want to get people to care about nature, we have to show people that on some level, nature cares about us. Because I think we've kind of either feel like we're hostile towards nature because it's about to get us, or like I said before, we bought into the kind of that like the environmentalist, guilt trip that, oh my God, like when these people who are like, oh, nature would be so much better if humanity was wiped out, which I really find a disgusting kind of sentiment, because it's kind of like, we're one of Mother Nature's children too. And to like wipe that out, like we're just to get rid of us, to get rid of humanity is just as detrimental and terrible as taking away the rainforest. Like we're part of that creation too. And we should also respect ourselves within that thing. So I think that, like I said, we have to be able to realize that nature is willing to forgive humanity, and that there is a part of nature that actually on some level cares about us and loves us. And I think when it comes to like, narratives and stuff, we think about like these nature documentaries and, these David Attenborough kind of things where we say nature is it's cruel and merciless, and it's about destruction and hurricanes and, gazelles getting torn apart by lions. But we don't see, like I was thinking, like you think like, oh, gazelles, getting torn apart by lions. Oh, that's what nature really is. But we don't think that, when you have a person helping an old lady walk across the street, that isn't also an expression of nature through us. So I think to summarize my points, I think in order for humanity to care about nature, we have to be able to recognize and discover that there is a part of nature that cares about us. See, that's what motivates me to care about nature and people in general. It's like, it's like I want to, help the world because I realize that it's our mother and I love us, not because, oh my God, I'm this terrible polluting human and I feel so guilty about, being terrible towards the planet and I need to save the planet out of, shame to redeem myself. And I think that if we can kind of get over that shame and realize that nature is able to forgive us, I think we can kind of get a better and healthier relationship with it.
I think this, for those of you that didn't see a previous episode that we did, it's about science. Go look back in the history, go into the live section and go back like 10 episodes, maybe more, about science, maybe more than 12, 15 episodes. Anyway, number of weeks, a few months ago. And we sort of looked at this carefully. And is religion a science? That's what the label is. The topic is something about the science of religion, something along those things, those ideas. And I think that Cosmic has dropped the hammer on something really important here, like really fundamental, this whole guilt trip. It started with original guilt, right? We're human, we're dirty, right? And we're unclean, impure. We're not worthy to grovel at the Creator's feet. We need a priest to do it on our behalf, right? To purify us, to make us worthy to be able to grovel in front of the Creator. This was the kind of, religious doctrine that we were. And Mexico mentioned it earlier in this conversation about how it relates to what has become the religion, or it relates to the earlier forms of what has become Christianity. It's important not to recognize modern Christianity with that because it's not quite the same. People don't get burnt at the stake anymore, which is a good thing. People don't get tortured anymore, which is also a good thing, I think. But there's definitely been this passing of the buck. And so science has become a religion in its own right. We did an entire discussion. For those of you go and check it out, you might find it an interesting conversation. So I'll try not to double up with too much of that information. But I think it's relevant here in understanding that what has been presented to us as science is a repackaged version of that old religion that we knew so well, sadly. And so guilt is wired in. Let me tell you about this guilt. I don't feel guilty at all. I don't understand why people do feel guilty. Well, I do realize that there's propaganda that's been put into our media to force us to feel guilty. Who benefits? I'm not actually benefiting directly. I'll give you an example. One of the issues that I have here where I live is that the penguin population is dwindling, and it's dwindling fast. You guys better get out here and come see the penguins while they're still here. They're going to be extinct soon. Take it from somebody who lives next to penguin sanctuary. It's disgusting what I'm observing. And it grinds my guts because I love those little guys. Even though they sound loud and noisy like sniveling donkeys. It's so cute. And I used to have a whole lot of them nesting in front of my property when I moved in here. I've got 2 back. I was like, yay, got 2 penguins in front of my house here in the hedge. But there used to be a whole lot of them nesting in this road because I live right next to the beach. And it's just, they're dwindling. Why are they dwindling? Should I feel guilty about it? The environment's being damaged. Oh, I know why the environment's being damaged. It's nothing to do with me. Now, people don't like the us and them narrative. That us and them narrative. We need to take personal responsibility. The personal responsibility that we need to take is that we allow politicians to rule our world in our stead. We are allowing that. That's the personal responsibility we have to take. I'm too afraid to dethrone these people completely because I have a child and I have things to lose. Yeah, my child's future and all of this. So I'm recognizing my responsibility. Though that doesn't change the fact that the reason the penguins are dwindling in their numbers is because there are no seals. And because there are no seals, there are no sharks. And because there are no sharks, there's not much being eaten here like there used to be. There were a lot of seals. A lot of seals were being eaten by a lot of sharks. The seals being eaten were attracting lots of fish. So the fish were coming, and the fish were becoming the food for the
Penguins.
for the penguins and for the seals. But another big part of seals don't eat many fish. Here's an interesting point. Seals eat octopus a lot. Now, there are currently about, I think, up to 150 tons per year of octopus being sold that are being fished out from the beaches where I live here. Over like a 6-7 mile spread, a few miles, all the octopuses are being removed. Yeah. And because all the octopuses are being removed, why are the octopuses being removed? I'm not making any money out of this. I'm not gaining on this. Well, the government has given a huge, big corporation the rights to come and fish out 150 tons of octopus so that they can sell it in international markets. It's an Australian company. Or is it Australia? It's a multinational company operating out of Australia towards South Africa. This is for legal reasons. But it's a huge company, and they have been able to manipulate our government into giving them these licenses. And because they are taking all the octopus out of our sea here, the seals aren't hunting here anymore. Because those 150 tons of octopus that they take out every year would be in the food for how many tons of seals every year? And those tons of seals would have been the food for how many sharks every year? And those sharks would have brought how many fish here every year? And those fish would have been keeping the penguins here. You see how the system works. Why are the octopuses disappearing? Because some huge multinational organization is making money. I'm not getting any of that money, but I am here living with the consequences of my ecosystem breaking down before my eyes. It's a reality. This is the cacophony that I was speaking of before. It's definitely a cacophony because it means that I used to love listening to. There are less seagulls here now as well. You see, and the seagull guana has a huge effect on the fauna. You see, so there's a lot to be discussed here, and the seagulls used to also cash in on all the fish coming here and all the bits of fish being eaten by the sharks that were little bits left, and the seals there would be pieces floating around in the sea, and so this whole ecosystem has been shifted and changed to the point where now it's breaking down, and it comes down to a huge corporation making money because of a corrupt political system. And obviously the corrupt political system serves huge super corporate needs, and those huge super corporate needs do not serve us. They serve a very small selection of the population, a very small selection of the population that has money invested in their company. And those very small percentage have a lot of money invested in that company, and these are billionaires. So this is the reality, that there's a very small group of people that are manifesting all of this destruction around us so that they can get more money and power, while the rest of us are sitting feeling guilty because we're allowing these billionaires to exploit us using our political systems, using our legislative systems, using I'm not allowed to fish now. I'm not allowed to go and fish in the sea here. The people who live here, we're not allowed to fish here, but the trawlers are allowed to come and fish here. You see, this is how this works. So the people who live here aren't allowed to benefit from nature at all, but we're supposed to be sitting here feeling guilty because our government has given the rights to this huge corporation to come and take all the fish and to take all of the seals and to take all of to take everything and take them out of the sea. So this is the delusion that we've been sold of personal responsibility. We do not need to be feeling personally responsible for what these corporations have done. They need to take responsibility. We need to take responsibility for the fact that we allow our politics to be so crooked, that we don't take back our beaches, that we don't get together and say, you know what, this is enough. We don't want this. We did stop it. Our local community, by the way, just as a feedback, we did stop it before COVID hit. And it was shut down because of public outcry of our community. But they changed the rules and the wording of the contract and set it right back on its wheels, so to speak. So this is I think possibly relevant. I don't know. What do you guys think? And you know, when you look at this, these small groups of people operating on such a level and controlling so much resources, it's sort of also the same thing that humans have been playing this role in the ecosystem. We're supposed to feel guilty for it, but we don't get to actually be properly represented in our democratic process. So when it comes to free will, when it comes to layers of the self, there's a layer of the self, which is this guilt layer. Is it real or is it a delusion? What do you guys think?
I feel like it poses us with a decision to make. We got to use our free will when we're opposed with like, well, you take the guilt. And it's either you take it, or if you fight it, what are you going to do if you're fighting it? I feel like there's two ways that are effective to go about making change. You could kind of do a lot of things that are going to just be you kind of meandering, where it's not going to be an effective change to larger systems that you're trying to address from the position of one individual. But you can either take an existentialist responsibilities approach, where it's in existentialism, they say you're responsible for all of the problems in the world if you didn't do anything about them. If you tried your best effort on every single one of them, then you could say you did something, you've done your part. But that's like along with what Franklin's saying, doing a public outcry, doing a march, perhaps. and that being civil and a civil march to stand against what's going on with the government. That's what we could do. And it takes, a group of people to take the free will to come together and make that decision. They liberated India by doing this. So we can make changes. But people haven't taken that power back. And John Lennon was always trying to tell people how much power we do have, but we haven't really realized it yet. But there's another way you can go about it. And this is kind of the way that I've seen in my own life take place, is that if you go inside and instead of letting this stuff bring you down, try to raise your consciousness with everyone else's up. And it's just by bringing yourself to a place where you're trying to liberate yourself from the guilt. That guilt can really be an anchor that will hold you down. And it's kind of a decoy. It's oftentimes just a game or a fraudulent psyop that they're pushing on you. And when you can liberate yourself from that guilt and help rise your consciousness and ascend, it's been shown that people around you will also be able to elevate their consciousness. And if you can ascend much higher, it can affect millions of people around you. And so by going within and being able to be the guide and the light to help humankind raise together, that's another way of going about it that I've found is very effective. And it's since, it can be very skeptical about it, but I've seen that in person. I know that that's a real thing. And when I was wrongfully accused and jailed for 26 days, I became very spiritual through that time. And they said that there wasn't a fight in an entire block at all for the whole time. And they've never seen that before. There's usually at least one fight a day in each block. So it's pretty profound.
Yeah, that I found that that's the most effective strategy as well, because it's like the individual shadow work ends up doing the shadow work for the entire collective, and you kind of become like the dissident higher frequency, and that collective shadow work ends up reflecting back to help the individual go through their shadow work as well. And I've noticed it's like there's these set up honey traps, and it's like guiding the guilt in a certain action where there's, this net cast. So that way, all the people that maybe take a different route, they're thrown in the net, and then they can cast them away. Where if more people, I think, took the guilt into doing their individual shadow work to help the collective, it'd be a much more effective process for change. And I liked Franklin's example about the ecosystem, and now it gives me an example for the exotic species I was thinking about, where I feel like the high ESP people are definitely like the exotic species, where they're willing to do kind of some of that shadow work. And I think of like the high ESP people, like we have all of these wild experiences with near-death experiences, and just taking completely different paths in life, this different kind of connection to the spiritual type realm, where we're able to do kind of some of that collective shadow work. And there's definitely a honey trap or some sort of target in order to suppress the higher ESP people from doing this type of work. So it must be effective. Otherwise, the school systems and everything else wouldn't be trying to indoctrinate the brain of all of these people to suppress their spiritual gifts, or to poison the biological body in a manner that cuts them off from more of their spiritual type aspects, or even believing that those things work. And so it's almost like it's revealing through kind of like a process of negation. I think a lot of things are to be learned about the self through doing the work in kind of the darkness. It's like you can't really sometimes tell where the light's coming from, but if you sit in the dark long enough, you can really see where the source of some of that light's coming from. And I think for talking about the shadow work, for overcoming some of the shame's definitely a big part of it. And I've noticed for me, forgiving myself for my own self-deception and error has been really important, because it's easier to blame somebody else for the pain inflicted on me than to be like, oh, I self-deceived myself and inflicted that pain upon myself, but I need to forgive myself for not having for doing the best that I can. So that's been really helpful for me. Kind of the recapitulation shadow work process is, oh, I did the best I could with the information and the state of being I was at. And as I evolve and go through that process again, just got to accept that's just part of the total process. And then going back to, we were talking about the 144. I was thinking about how like resistance works in history, where it seemed like before we were very much kind of more tribal people, and there was a lot of stories of one tribe taking down another entire tribe, and it seemed like the identity made it a lot easier for people to act as a tribe going against another tribe, where now it's almost more like the individual has to go against maybe their own tribe. And so it takes, I think, a different type of being or character to be able to stand up against sometimes your own group to have some of these new ideas. And then I also really focus a lot on the present self, the past self, and the future self. And so sometimes, well, I know many times where I'm at, the present self, I know I'm in a point of self-deception, or I don't quite know everything, but I know that my future self looking back on it is going to understand it better than me. And so I use my future self as kind of like my guide to help me work through, to almost stand up against my own self. So that's kind of like the layering of it's not group versus group. It's kind of like individual against your own group. And then also the individual self kind of standing up to different aspects of the self, and having to rely on this cycle of past self, present self, and future self through this evolutionary type process, going through individual shadow work to help the collective do their shadow work. So it's just layered and layered.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, it's amazing. So it kind of goes to show that our layers of self go beyond the self, that we have abilities to influence others, of course, by the way that we are in our environment. If we're coming through a place smiling, it's going to have a certain influence on that place versus as we come through there, grimacing or mumbling or something, you know what I mean? And so the way that we influence the world goes beyond our physical world just around us. Can go on for much further than we think. They say the heart field expands for kilometers, but the main field, magnetic field, is very close, much closer, but further aspects of the radiant energy.
I think these are bringing up really interesting points, and when you speak about those fields, it's rather interesting. It's like the magnetic field seems to encapsulate everything. The net. They called it the net, didn't they? In old times. It's the net that catches things and pulls it towards you. But I think that it actually pushes things away from us, which is interesting.
Yeah.
I think magnetism and gravity pushes things away, and electricity pulls things towards. I think like everything's upside down and back to front and upside down. But bringing us back to this concept of making individual changes within our consciousness field, and how those individual changes within our consciousness field will affect the others around us, the group, and how there are two ways to make changes in the world. The one change is to go out there with a placard and protest. I mean, I've done that. It's a hard life if you want to be an activist. It's a hard life. Ooh, I've been imprisoned. I've been drugged and messed with by MI5. I've had all sorts of fun and games in the UK being an activist. And it's not a healthy lifestyle, because it's really stressful. And you don't really get anywhere. You make a few little can I call them wins? You cause a few little things to be a little bit better than what they were. But 75-80% of the things that you move towards, you don't achieve, because it's an adapting system, and it's like Aaron was saying, it's like you're playing against the whole tribe. It's like you're a footballer on a football field against the whole team.
Yeah.
And your small group is like a single player, seemingly, compared to the whole team that you're playing against, because the financial system is ingrained. It's embedded into everything, into our legislation in every way. But being able to make those changes within ourselves, psychically, spiritually, does have an effect on the whole. And this brings us back to the conversation we were having earlier about the divisions of the soul, the divisions of the self. When we shift our physical body and we shift our brain perception, and we shift, welcome back cosmic, and we shift our etheric field resonant frequencies, this causes a shift in our astral field encapsulating this. So we literally shift the pranic field. I see the pranic field and the astral field as one, by the way. Astra means star. Okay, so let's simplify this. I find it really annoying how many of the writers of the occults have mixed everything up and put it all into simple context. And so if you're reading up on Vedic law, for example, they will say that you have even Steiner's law. The terms have not been very well put into context because the people using the terms didn't look at the etymology of the terms so closely. So they speak of the fluidic double as being separate. And then they speak of this being the astral, right? And then they speak of the life force, which is just life force. And so when we look at the fluidic double, when I speak of the fluidic double, I'm speaking of the etheric field, the etheric body, because it's based upon this electrical system that our bodies are. It's an electrical system bound by atoms, molecules electrically that reflect the electrical principles of form. And these electrical principles of form have an electrical double. This field I call the etheric. And then this electrical double field is within the magnetic field of the astral, which is the life force. So when we think of astral, asteri means star in ancient Greek. The sun is the star. What comes out of the sun is life, prana. So the pranic field is the astral field. And people don't really make that connection because they don't look at the word astral meaning of the sun. But if you study what prana is what comes out of the sun. Surya Bhagwan is what. And so the life force out of the sun is what causes everything to be growing and alive. Go figure. You can see it in the plants. So and the sun is where we get all our energy, our life force energy from, in one way or another, whether we're eating it as sugar, whether we're absorbing it through our eyes when we're staring at it, or whether we're absorbing it through our skin and the different frequencies of consciousness that it affects. So this then tunes our astral field, which tunes us on a solar level to the planetary field around us, which are all being bound in the net of the sun. The sun's solar net binds everything together. And so this is what's giving us this life force quality that's filling the gaps, as it were, and permeating everything. So this then retunes our causal field, because the etheric field is giving back what the astral field is taking. And so the causal field is embedded within the Parabrahm, or the Adam Kadmon, or the Manu, the oversoul. So if we can change that causal imprint, we're changing certain resonant frequencies within the group mind. And so we do literally affect the group with our thoughts, like on a very real and very physical level. So there's a part of us that share. This is telepathy, and it's tribal telepathy is just part of life. We don't recognize that we are all telepathy projectors and receivers all the time, and we don't realize how much of what is going on. For example, have you ever felt angry before and you don't quite know why you're feeling angry? Like, why should I be angry by this? Let's say you're in a restaurant and you're feeling annoyed. Like, why am I feeling annoyed? Why am I feeling? Look around. Oh, there's a funny aura around those two. Let's look at them. Ah, they're having a lover's spat. They're pretty angry with each other. Oh, that must be why I'm feeling angry and frustrated, because I don't have a reason to be feeling it. We've all had this, like, if you pay attention to what's going on around you, you'll notice, like you'll notice there's something going on. I'll be sitting in feeling annoyed, and I'm not quite sure why I'm feeling annoyed. And then I hear this conversation of tourists walking past my house, and there's angry voices, and they're having a discussion in whatever language they're having. I can't understand their language, but I can understand what they're saying. Is that they're having a discussion that's not polite, not nice with each other. They might not be shouting, but I can hear them walking past my gate, and I literally felt this constriction. So we are so connected telepathically that we don't even know why, and we don't even realize why we are the way we are, why we get frustrated, why we get sad. You suddenly feel sad. You suddenly start thinking of like the glass is half empty, and then you'll notice that there's somebody in your proximity that's really depressed. They carry this aura. So we can imprint our aura through the cosmogenesis of this field of consciousness that is manifesting this body back into the group mind and change the world in this way. I do believe that. I've always believed this. We change the world by what we are, not by what we do.
I've got an example that supports that.
Yeah.
That happened to me during Independence Day. Just happened. It was 4th of July, and I'm thinking of Independence Day as from like more of an occult astral type level, where year after year it's reinforcing this very warrior type energy that we have to fight, and it's like anger, and it's service to self-will or service to the will of the tribe, and it's a repeat pattern. And I noticed around that time that I started feeling a lot more agitated, almost more of that kind of tribal type dynamic. And then I also saw it reflected in a lot of group environments where the groups suddenly, instead of getting along with each other, in a lot of the spiritual spaces that I'm used to, suddenly there's all this infighting going on. I was like, where did this come from? Well, thinking from the astral type level, that pattern was already there, and people started to sense that, and so it manifested more in the etheric type environment. And one of the theories that I have is that for service to others, like if I meet someone or say something that ends up really impacting their life and maybe helps them heal and go through their own healing journey where they're going to start to impact other people, it really alters the timeline and the trajectory that they're on. And so I think in the astral, that's already been created before it actually occurs, because of the intentions already there, and I'm having a pattern of service to others, and so it kind of creates like this torus field of protection, and it helps kind of reinforce my own kind of magical path and people that I continue to run into. And so that healing type element ends up bringing me into different spaces and different places with individuals that goes beyond the mathematical possibility of just random chance. It's like the guides are kind of guiding me there. The astral form's already created. And so the manifestations just start to continue to rack up.
Beautiful, brother. You were finished, yeah? Or it didn't just blank out. Welcome
I've got
back,
my
Cosmic.
incense that's burning, and it's been dripping, and it keeps catching fire, so I'm having to blow it out before it lights completely aflame, which it has happened quite a bit. And the melted, I've got Palo Santo this time. That resin is quite flammable, and if I let it burn too long without noticing it, it gets quite a flame going on, and it does not want to go out.
Palo Santo. Oh, nice. Yeah, feeling nice and relaxed. Welcome back, dear Cosmic. Did you enjoy your lunch?
Yeah.
So we're talking here about the personal and the impersonal and how we can change the group mind and the dynamics of the group mind with our personal alignment of consciousness and the shifting of our moods and our mental impressions and our intentions that carry this theme,
Yeah. So
and
I
how
think
we are also affected by it.
like when it comes to like just group dynamics or just even being around like people with like weird energies, I think one of the things that I think is helpful is not letting yourself get subsumed by other people's energy and vibes. And I think what helps with that is having your own distinctive vibe and really owning sort of your own energetic field, as opposed to sort of like admiring someone else's energetic field, or feeling you got to kind of like put your energetic field down and subserve yours to someone else's. Might be like a bad relationship, or like a boss or something like that. So I think that having that, I think that's why another reason I think individuality is so important is to sort of defend yourself against getting subsumed by a bad collective. Because I think that when it comes to collectives, it's like being part of any organism or whatever. Some organisms are healthy, some are unhealthy. So I think that you got to know you know what energies, what group dynamics you should align yourself with, but also knowing which ones to not align yourself with. And I think by having that distinctive energy of your own, you then have a way to sort of differentiate between a bad energy. Because I think about one of the things about cults, and one of the main sort of dynamics of cults is a severance of individuality, so that you become totally subservient to the group mind, to the point and extent at which your individuality no longer matters. And because you don't have that individual sense of energy for yourself, there's no reference point for you to be able to prognosticate if you're in an unhealthy group or not, because you don't have that understanding of what you need, what you want, what your energy is, what you bring to the table, and you get lost in the group. So I think having that is, so the first step really is finding out what your energy is, and then figuring out what energies that harmonizes with.
Yeah, I think that's really important. Finding your tribe, as I like to say it, finding your tribe, knowing where you belong. Don't be where you don't belong, because there's like a rub off. We rub off on each other, and if you don't want to become an alcoholic, don't associate with alcoholics. Don't hang out with them when they're drinking double triples. Do you know what I mean? You're less likely to go to ever be caught off guard one day and go, okay, I'll have a drink, and start a pattern and an unhealthy habit that you didn't want to, because we know that alcohol, isn't really healthy, generally speaking, in the way that it's used. I suppose it can be used medically in a controlled way. It can be useful, but unfortunately, there tends to be this thing with alcohol that it's toxically dangerous. Just as one like random example, I'm thinking about this whole concept of guilt. I'm still riding the guilt wave. We were talking about how guilt, it shapes us. It's one of the layers. I think guilt is something that prevents us from going deeper within ourselves, to exposing the depths of the deeper layers of who we are. And it's designed for us to play the blame game, and for us to become the focus of our blame, obviously. And I look at the word guilt, and I think the word guilt, the word guild, look at the word guild. So the word guild has a big connection with the old Saxon, which comes from the old Norse, right? Which is Celt, right? And notice that's where the word guild comes from. Do you notice how the word guild used to be pronounced with a T? Isn't that interesting? Geld. And it relates to the color yellow. We're going to get there as well. That's quite interesting. And geld is a word for money. We still use this word for money. I mean, a lot of Europeans will know that word means money. Yeah, in South Africa, geld means money because it comes from that line of language, Dutch and Germanic, coming from those older sources. And the Saxon in the English, we got guild and guilt. Now they'll try and teach us and make us believe that the word guilt and guild have got nothing to do with each other, right? But we can see that the roots for the word guild should have been spelt with a T. And when you take the word D and change it with its original T, you got the word guilt. And you're telling me that the word guilt and the word guild have got nothing to do with each other. Well, what is guilt? Guilt is when you go against what is the notion of the tribe. So the guild has guild etiquette, guild rules. And when you break those guild etiquette or those guild rules, you are considered guilty. Now, in the old times, you had to pay geld, a tribute. When you were in a guild, you paid money to be in that guild, right? Geld, money. So the whole idea of guilt and money are inexplicably linked, even in the etymology. And then it's also etymologically linked to the word guild. So we can see that the guild is a group. We form a guild with our social circle. We become a guild whether we know it or not. And the currency we are using might not be money. It might be an emotional currency. It might be a different kind of currency, but it's currency nonetheless. And so this is an interesting concept to how the guilt has been propagated. It's part of the guild mentality. The guild mentality, we've been sort of signed into a guild, right? The law. And if you break the law, remember I mentioned fishing in South Africa. So if you break, so if you are caught fishing, breaking the terms of your fishing license or fishing without a license in my city where I live, it's gonna cost you more than $100,000. How's that? That's something to consider, huh?
Yeah.
Fishing. Let's say I don't eat fish, I don't eat meat, but let's say your child is hungry and you want to buy, you want to get some fish for your child to eat, and you get caught. That's 100,000. And sure, you can get a license, but it's going to cost you money, and you're going to have to update the license. It takes time to go license. It's a whole procedure. You've got to fill out forms. You've got to have the correct. Everything's got to be correct on that license. There's probably a lot of things that you have to have in order to be able to fill out that license, right? Like an address. Yeah. So if you're homeless on the street, you're not allowed to fish, even if you get yourself a fishing hook and a fishing line. But if you get caught, it's $100,000 fine. $100,000 fine. What's that equivalent to in terms of jail time? What's that, 1 or 2 years in jail? It's quite serious if you think about it, for catching a fish. So you see how the law, getting back to the fish example that I was using about fishing here, and so guilt is often related to money. So they want us to feel guilty, and by they I mean the world orchestrators of legislation want us to feel that we need to pay a nature carbon tax. You see, so the guilt is related to money. Wherever there's guilt, there's related to some kind of an exchange of resource. If somebody else makes you feel guilty, it's because they want something from you. And so guilds used to use guilt to get resources from guild members. I just thought I'd add that in. Etymology is quite interesting when we look at how guilt works and where it comes from. It's not a natural thing. I think it's orchestrated. And obviously the church was out to get money. Yes, Cosmic.
I think when it comes to guilt, I think that the reason it's so it's so big in human culture is that we kind of bought into the idea that guilt will somehow motivate us to be better individuals. Like, I did something bad, I feel guilty about it, therefore I won't repeat the same pattern. But the problem with guilt as a motivating factor is that it makes us more reluctant to introspect. We feel so guilty. We just want to, like, it's like we become more like afraid to actually deal with our problems and face the dark side of ourselves. So we hide it away, pretend it doesn't, exist by sort of like with like the guilt thing. And I think that in a lot of ways, what motivates me to do good things is empathy. When you have natural, genuine empathy, you don't really need guilt anymore as a motivator. I think when also the other aspect of guilt is that it's a way to get people to behave in a very quick manner. Like if you got a city of people to organize and you want to get them in line, you don't want them stealing and hurting each other and stuff. You use fear and guilt. That's like a quick it's like a quick fix, but it has problems. Whereas empathy is not something you cultivate quite as quickly. It might be difficult if the kid's really, problematic and they're sort of like taking advantage of stuff. But I find that empathy as a motivator to be a good person is more sustainable in the long term. And the other problem with guilt is once the guilt is removed, all the negative behavior patterns re-manifest themselves. To give you an example, like you got some, kid who's growing up in a religious, fundamentalist town, and they're very strict. It's like no sex, no drugs. Always wearing conservative clothes. Just doing all like these things where it's like never swearing, never questioning the Bible. And then one day they realize, oh, wait, I don't believe in God. I'm an atheist. Now all that guilt programming is thrown out the window. Now they're just full-blown hedonists, full-on sex, full-on drugs, rock and roll, the whole 9 yards. And because that guilt is no longer there to control that person's behavior, all that negativity, all those negative behavior patterns then re-manifest themselves. Whereas with empathy and a more like a compassion approach, like really trying to learn how to actually care and feel about other people, you don't revert back into that easily, because it's like you still feel that sense of like if you do something bad to something, you feel bad about it, but not quite in the same way. Not because with guilt, it's like, oh man, I'm a terrible person because I did this bad thing. Whereas empathy is like, oh man, I really hurt that person. I really feel bad for what they're going through. And then the you feeling bad for them because of your action, it's kind of like the guilt is sort of manifesting itself and allocating itself in a different way, where it becomes more about having care and empathy for the other person, putting yourself in the other person's shoes. And then that, to me, I think motivates me to be like a better person, just even being orderly. It's like, I don't, think of it this way. I don't follow the speed limit because, I'm afraid of cops giving me a ticket. I follow the speed limit because I'm considerate of the other fellow human beings that are on the road with me. And like, I respect their journey, and what they're going through. And so I obey the traffic laws so that there's cohesion among other people. And that's a different motivation than, oh, I'm doing this because I'm afraid that the police are going to get me. And that kind of like, and I think that when it comes to guilt, it's tricky because while it is kind of, well, it doesn't necessarily, it's not the best way to, correct someone's behavior. It works like quickly as a temporary solution to kind of just get people to stay in line and, go along with the sort of the rules of the tribe. Whereas I think if you want something long term, you need that kind of spiritual sense of interconnection with other people. And then you just kind of, you're considerate to others naturally, as opposed to doing it because you have a gun being jutted in your back.
I think that's really well put, and I think I agree. I think actually I take it, and I'll see your guilt, and I'll raise it by saying that I believe that guilt undermines empathy directly. It actually removes our empathy.
Interesting.
Because when we feel guilty, we feel unworthy, and when we feel unworthy, we don't feel worthy of that person. And if we don't feel worthy, then how can we empathize? So I think it's extremely toxic.
Kind of like the reverse of the ego thing. Instead of thinking that you're above everyone else and you don't help them out, you don't help everyone out because you're below everyone else. That's an interesting take.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said about both sides of it. You know, the eternal optimist and the eternal depressive, and they both have their shortfalls. You know, being overly optimistic, one will probably become too enamored by things, and being overly depressed, one will be able to won't be able to relate to things, because one will be like locked off in one's own little world of like tears and gnashing of teeth, as the metaphor goes. Um, 60 parallels south has its own world. That's interesting. What do you mean by that, by the way, PK? Just if you could elaborate on that's interesting. I'm keen on what we're talking about. 60 parallel south has its own world. Are we talking about geography, the globe, or is there another added element to that? But I do think that getting back to the layers of the self, so we have an internal and an external self. I think this is something worth noting. We think of ourselves as being separate, but there's an external self and an internal self. And what I mean by this is empathy is the external self. Consider it for a moment. When I empathize with you, with anyone, that's my external self becoming internal to you. And when I become self-focused or self-aware or self-obsessed, whichever one of those three I am, I insert into my inner self of me, or what I consider to be me. But that external self is very much a part of who we are, which is an interesting concept. So we do live through each other. An example of this is how parents live through their children. The external self is the part of us that's inside another human being. And I think this is something that we haven't really considered. Much love, PK. Much love. The notion that we're split into two. So we're split into the left and the right, right? Split into the emotional and the logical. Split into the shadow, subconscious, and the conscious awareness, the light of awareness. So we're split into these four divisions. Then these four divisions are split into four divisions of outside there into you, and four divisions of outside there inside there into me. Although I consider them as the opposite. I consider the outside as being inside me, and the inside as being outside of you, which we call the inside of you. So if that's complex, but I don't see the mind and the emotions as being in the body, I see them as being around the body. And so when I'm tuning into the mind and emotions around your body, I'm tuning into you as opposed to into me around my body. So the way I see it is there's this division of yang yin. And within this yang yin division, it divides and subdivides and subdivides. And so there's this eightfold dynamic of a four outside and a four inside. And I think that when we consider how this works and we put this 8 in context of the self, it becomes 9, becomes 1 again. It becomes a whole structure that leads back to completeness. Just looking at it from a numerological perspective. Just let me say goodnight to my little boy quickly.
In Taoism, yin and yang create the Tao together. Well, more appropriately, they say that the Tao is unseen but manifests as yin and yang. The seen world is a causal word. It's hidden.
Oh, thank you, brother. My little boy was at the door banging, saying good night to me. What is the time? Ooh, someone's having a late night, hey? Yoo-hoo! 9:15. His mommy dropped the ball. He didn't watch a film till that late. I normally try and get him shipped off to bed by 8:30. This is what happens when I'm not there to crack the whip. But yeah, this 44 division, which is rather quite interesting the way I see it, which I see it as being the 4 internalized and the 4 externalized. And 4 times 4 is 16, which is quite interesting. It brings us back to 7. So it's just interesting the way these numbers seem to permute and flow around and through each other. But I do think that we've not really recognized that there's an external part of ourselves. We think of our bodies as being a part of ourselves. But I think that is a misnomer. I think the body is the division between the external and the internal stuff. What do you guys take on that as a concept? Okay, I must have caught you guys at a moment. Guys, obviously doing something at the moment. So yeah, I do think that there's this fundamental. You are with us, brother.
Yeah. What was the question about the causal world?
Well, we think of ourselves as being inside, like me on the inside, and that our body is a part of ourselves. But I see the body as a line or a barrier between the me on the inside and the me on the outside. And the outside of me is what empathizes with the inside of you. And the outside of you is what empathizes with the inside of me.
Yeah, somebody mentioned earlier in the comments that the flesh body is like the mirror, but our real self is like the world around us. We're just the mirror of it.
Yeah.
And our access to the world around us, and our mind is there and can access it, which is definitely imbued in the studies that I've taken on remote viewing, controlled remote viewing. You can access anything in time and space with your subconscious mind, which some people are able to access imagery of the places where the information is obtained, but it's usually obtained in controlled remote viewing through a martial art of training your hand to let your hand show you what your subconscious mind has found in a secret script that you create for yourself. So it's very strange how many layers of self there are, but that layer of self, very expensive.
You bring up an interesting point there, because that's like automatic writing, and I suppose that's really essentially what we're talking about when we're talking about remote viewing. And it's an interesting perspective that within ourselves we know what's over there in the world. Like, give me a set of coordinates and let me draw it, kind of thing, and like why are you drawing all these funny things? Oh, it looks like a nuclear power station. Yep, there's one of those there, and we all have this natural, but this is where I'm coming from with like that a part of us is on the outside.
So I just didn't want to just interrupt that. Viola from the chat, I think she wanted to join in on a conversation, so I sent her a link.
Yes, tell Viola to join in. I sent her a link as well.
Great. Yeah, we need more balanced energy in this chat. It's a lot of guys' perspective.
Yeah, it's a total sausage fest here, man.
There was a time we had like 2 females on most shows. I think Sarai and Moonfeather was on a lot of shows with us.
Yeah, man. Where is Viola? She was getting. I actually sent her a message and a link. So I'm glad you sent her one. I was waiting for her to. She's on a different time zone. Just let me give someone a lighter before they're losing their wheels.
Shout out to Moonfeather. I saw that she was in the chat earlier, so thanks for being with us today on the show. Man, that was good watching. So, as far as where the mind is and what the body is compared to the mind, I feel like there's a lot there. In the Egyptian ancient times, they refer to the Ba as the spirit-like quality of the self. In the Ka is a life force that lives beyond this vessel to potentially either the next vessel or to ascend to become a star. So I would say, yeah, that there's a lot that's, we imagine it being within, but we know that it comes from without. And that our aura itself is like around the body. So we know that there's energy there. And we should not limit ourselves to our body itself. And I feel like the mind is way more expensive. And it's almost like we were talking about earlier. If you don't want to allow yourself to imagine the possibilities of something to be real, you'll keep yourself in bondage. But once you allow yourself to imagine your mind being able to be expansive, you may be able to start to see that.
I'd love to welcome Viola. Viola is in our group, and we've known Viola for a while. Viola is a really lovely lady. She's got some very interesting. She's very gifted, actually. She's very Venetian on one level, very mercurial and intellectual on another level. She's got a lot of great ideas. She's a wonderful singer. I've seen her. She's very much into her creative arts as well. And she's a philosopher. She's a budding philosopher. And it's an honor to have you with us. Welcome, dear Viola. You didn't check your messages, by the way. I did send you a message, I think it was last night or early this morning. No, at some point today with a link. But it's lovely to have you here. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. It's an honor to have you here. Absolutely lovely to have a lady here. And Viola's a lady with a huge intellect.
What an introduction. Thank you. I'm excited to be here.
No, Viola, I love what you have to say. She shares a lot of really wonderful insights in our group. She's always got something very honest and authentic to share. And I think when it comes to the layers of the self, this is really what it is that we've lost to a certain degree in this modern society we're living in, is that level of total authenticity where we can be ourselves and express our own ideas and our thoughts freely, because we're in this guild, this intellectual guild of fact checking, and this guild of what's right and what's wrong and what can be said and can't be said, and the social expansive web of restriction where we very often are not able to express ourselves. And we might find it in different environments where we've got to sort of watch the bandwidth of what we express. And I do think that this is like one of those inhibitions that we've got, because the external self I see as being half of us, and that external self is out here. And we have the saying, put yourself out there, right? And so when we come on these podcasts, we're putting ourselves out there. We're showing our external self to the world. We're not really showing our internal self. Because I think we're going to look at the shadow self, the internal self and the external self. How much of what we think is our internal self is actually our external self? And how much of the internal self can we actually see? is a really interesting question. I'm going to put that to the board.
I feel like the internal self, you might have to like imagine your own internal self and create it for yourself. There's like creative capacity there. I've created mine. I feel like you should create yours.
I saw you having to make a difficult decision there, looking at all the jars. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Which jar is it going to be today?
I got a knot in my back. I'm trying to work out with this jar.
No, I get you. I get you. When I was growing, I used to have these difficult decisions to make as well. You know, which jar? But oh wow, that's a pretty one. That's a really pretty jar, or bottle, container, vessel. Yeah, I do think that we've taken a particular narrative of ourselves as being inside ourselves, which has sort of imprisoned us as a concept. And so remote viewing isn't as common as what it could or should be, because the moment we don't think of ourselves as being imprisoned within ourselves, we're free. We're out there in the world. And when we free ourselves, we're like literally the amount of ESP potential that humans have is off the board. It's incredible. The animals have it too. And we don't realize, like, I've been in situations in the wild where there've been a number of times when I've been aware of animals and they're not aware of me in the jungles. Bear, black kind of, what kind of cats are those? Not quite sure what to call them. They looks like smaller versions of, not a puma, but smaller versions of that, you know, like black wild cats, leopards. I've been like almost close enough to touch a leopard and it didn't know I was there. And because it was a little bit dark. This was in Sri Lanka. Baboons, all sorts of creatures. I used to spend a lot of time going in the mountain in the dark when I was young. And I know it sounds crazy, but I saw it as training. I used to climb up the mountain and spend a lot of time on the mountain and come down through parts of the forest and the mountain in the dark. And I appreciated learning to see with a different frequency of light. And this is another point, I think. We don't realize how adaptive the body is to different frequencies. We can adapt our ears to different frequencies. We can change the way we hear. We can change the way we see, literally. We can change the way we sense through our body's skin, literally. Like when you're in a romantic setting with your lover, how does your sense of touch change? Yeah. Like a finger touching your skin is like it melts all over. You understand what I'm getting at? Like, it's not our normal mode of consciousness. We do have a certain amount of dialage up and down the frequencies to become super sensitive and charged with different frequencies, and smell is no different. Gnomed. What is that, Naraka? Gnomed. As in a gnome, as in the little earth spirits. Am I right? Did you type that, Indy? Ah.
That's my
gnomed.
page.
Nomad. 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 Gnomed. Nomad. Interesting. Nomad. Having no place. Yeah. Just being lost, having no place. And I think that this is an interesting concept. What do you guys think about the idea of the conscious self is the light self outside of ourselves, and what we think is inside of ourselves is essentially our shadows, and that the shadow self is really what we carry inside us, and that is related to matter and to the physical realm of physicalizing, and that the energetic, vibrant self of consciousness expressing the frequencies of light and awareness is actually outside of our bodies. and that we've been taught to invert the concepts and invert the way that we think. And we've been taught to use words to invert and prison ourselves in this prison of ideas and try and force our vibrant, expansive selves into the small little space inside this flesh puppet.
So I think this is kind of relevant to bring up some of my work and what I've been doing. So the way that consciousness in right, we're talking about Zerfaxes, which is the concept that we live in these sort of spheres of experience. So with the fairy magic system that I'm working with, the idea is that we sort of exist in multiple Zerfaxes at once. So there's this idea which is called the I-Zerfax, and it's basically sort of like two triangles. So it's like one equilateral triangle inside a slightly larger equilateral triangle, and each at the end of the triangle are like three little circles. These are sort of the nodes. So there's the first node, which is your primary sensory experience. So you'll be existing in one Zerfax, but then in your imagination, you have what's known as the secondary, which is the Zith node, which is the imagination, astral projection, sort of psychic node. And then you have the third node, which is the gate node. That's sort of just the abstract sense of feeling, energy, color within your being, etc. So what I kind of really been sort of focusing on lately is that the idea in this system is that you want to learn how to distinguish your primary node from your secondary node. Because one thing I notice when I just kind of go about my day-to-day life and I'm not really thinking about fairy magic stuff, I feel like I'm confined to one Zerfax of experience, because both of my nodes are focused on sort of like mundane matters in the here and now, et cetera, et cetera. And so learning to make that distinction, the idea is that the stronger your psychic sort of capability, the farther out you can project that Zith node, like almost like a fishing line. Like the deeper you get in, it's like the longer the fishing line you get, and the further you can cast it out into the ocean. So I think that, and then the other aspect is that these three sort of nodes, they all kind of coalesce in what's known as the Vidzerfax, which is a sort of shaped like a flower with four sort of petals that go in sort of equally diagonal directions. And the idea is that if you think of these three nodes, like there's like this map of a bunch of circles that you sort of exist in, and your first node will be in one circle on the map, and then the second node will be on one circle, and the third node will be other. And then you have to think that it's that you try to like create a line between all these points and everything that exists within that space, and that's kind of where you actually are. And that's kind of like why it's represented as like a flower. So the idea is that like the body that we exhibit in is like, it's like you are a flower, like your soul is a flower, and your body is one of the flower's petals. And with every kind of subsequent kind of like movement through life, when one petal is ripped off the flower, another one grows in its place. So I think when it comes to there is that internal. So I think in order to find those distinctions between sort of that internal being and the external being, I think we have to kind of have a sort of there's more of a higher dimensional model of the conception of self. One of the things that's interesting about the Fae and the world that they live in is that reincarnation works very differently. Because these beings are sort of multidimensional, it's like, for example, one of the Faes I work with, her name is Kathiza. She talks to me in a humanoid form, but she can also take on the form of cats. And she can take on like slightly different like forms. Essentially, it's a shapeshifter. And the idea is, instead of experiencing one incarnation at a time, they kind of experience all their incarnations simultaneously, but within a kind of a matrix of being and all sorts of forms that relate to the individual soul. And then you don't think of, instead of thinking of the self as this single fixed point, you then see that it's a point, but it also generates a field around that point. And that expansive field of multiple sort of archetypes that represent who we are, that's more what the identity really is. And it's a much more expansive form of conception of self. So one of the things that is an interesting thought experiment to have, because we always talk about like when there's like a spirit or an entity that people will work with, that people will kind of project an archetypical form on it. Maybe they'll, like, for example, maybe they're working with like an angel in Western magic, and maybe they'll, perceive that angel as a popular like character in fiction, or maybe they'll see like a traditional kind of angel with wings. Maybe they'll see the biblically accurate angel with a bunch of eyeballs. So in regards to the self, think of it like this in the reverse. Let's say you die and you go onto the astral plane and you take on this sort of ethereal form. If a human being was channeling you, what forms would they project onto your being to try to make sense of who you are? Like if you're a spirit, what image would come in people's minds when you interact with them? And I think by thinking about that, you can start to get a deeper idea of what the self actually is, and the more like who you are in that astral context.
I love it. The expanding universe, expanding from the point outwards, and it's sort of like ties in. And yeah, that's basically another way of expressing the idea beautifully, articulately, of the expanding self outside of ourselves, and not just this little point inside of ourselves. Sophia Louis asked us this interesting question, and maybe if I get it wrong, you can elaborate. But I'll put it forward here. How does this work in relation to proximity and cities, Earth, galaxies? What about non-space? Is that the shadow, levels of the shadow? I take it that question is when you asked it, it's about what we were talking about in terms of the remote viewing being the projecting outside of the self. And I suppose it's exactly what Cosmic was also alluding to. I'm not really asking this question very well, am I? Sorry for getting tongue-tied. But do you mean how does what work exactly in proximity? Talking about this expansive field of consciousness, or are you talking about specifically the development of the elements of self?
I could say that, like, for me, with experiences through remote viewing, and from what I learned, we will be able to see a person and where they went, and if they had a weapon or a vehicle or went to an address. We can see what the landscape is like. We can see where they put something, maybe what they did to it, things like that. We don't ever really see like a street name, or we don't know like what city, town, county, state, country we're in, but we identify things by certain landmarks that we find. And I think a lot of times we're able to get coordinates from our subconscious mind.
Viola, were you talking about specifically a remote viewing in this question?
Not necessarily, but it was kind of open to interpretation. But I was also referring to the inner and outer selves and how you were talking about numerology, how that relates to the exchange of like the aura and the shadow.
That's an interesting question. I think that the way I see it is that we carry this entire universe like a tortoise. I feel like a bit of a tortoise. Like I'm carrying this huge universe. And this huge universe, okay, so I'll give you my esteem of it. If I go deep within myself and I go down, 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 I travel in and I be tissue, and I travel into the tissue and I become cells, and I travel into the cells, and there are elements of DNA that are spinning. And I travel into those DNA fields of vibrational resonance spinning, and I become elements of the periodic table that are binding together to form the molecules, and travel into those elements and become constellations of galaxies. And if I keep traveling into those things, I'll find that, like, the universe just keeps getting smaller the deeper I go into my DNA field, until I'm traveling into an actual particular structure. And that particular structure is a particular galaxy. And as I travel into that galaxy, I travel through different star systems, travel into different solar system, get to this solar system, because they're within bigger systems. And then in the solar system, end up on this planet. And in this planet, on this planet's proximity, end up at my city. And at my city, I end up in my part of the city, at my house, my address. Then I end up at my body. Does that make sense? So I see the fractal universe as being that we're carrying this consciousness fractal expression of reality that is both the entire universe wrapped up in our internal chambers of our DNA, which is actually, if we could go small down, we could be coming out of a macrocosmic reality. And if we go out bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and come out of our galaxy and come out of all these fields of galaxies, we'll notice that we're coming out of atoms. And coming out of atoms, we'll be coming out of cells, and coming out of amino acid chains and DNA fields, and coming out of those to be coming out of organs, and we'd be coming out until we come out of our bodies.
I very much like that description. Thank you.
So I think that that's how this all works. That's how the remote viewing works, because it's all already, we are this entire field of consciousness, and the self seems like it's a localized point, but it's just, that's the funnel point. We are a funnel point in the consciousness field, but the consciousness field is the whole thing, and the physical field and the consciousness field aren't separate, because the physical field is an extension of the consciousness field. If you look at the ball, you look around the outside of the ball, or you look at this point on the inside of the ball, it's all just part of the one ball. So what we see as physical reality is just that tiny little crust on the edge of the ball. And so all that space inside of the ball is that space, could be the space that you're talking about, even like non-space. I'm not quite sure exactly what non-space, because to me all space is space. It's just different kinds of space. And it seems like non-space from our perspective is just a different picture. Wow, that's got Twilight Zone. Perfect timing. Felt like I was on the X-Files for a moment. But yeah, I do think that this is like something that's been taken from us because of a religious instruction. What do you think of the religious instruction as to forcing us to feel like we're trapped in our bodies when we're not? And anybody that wasn't trapped in their bodies was obviously persecuted. Like, this one's not trapped in their body. Quickly, get a hold of them, you know?
Yeah. I think it reminds me of kind of the Matrix and like the agents, and how there's this perpetuated like controlling going on. But that also kind of confuses me, like the idea of the Matrix. How do you think this relates to the Matrix and like all these concepts? I'm wondering.
The whole idea of the Matrix as it's been presented in the film is rather quite weird, because the word Matrix is matri, which means mother, right?
Mm.
But they're showing us a very fatherly aspect, aren't they? I wonder if they're trying to trick us.
Probably.
Because like this agent guy seems to be like the like big brother, the father. Hey, watching you. But the mother's the whole the womb. She what's the word? What's the word? What does the mother do? She doesn't direct us and control us. She nurtures us. So I think we're in a universe of nurturing, and we're being nurtured. And I think that matrix of control is agents of the self.
It was written by a woman. Terminator also is like, she said that Terminator is like the current day, like the more recent future, and then Matrix is further on down the line of the same story. But I think it points out like the detriments of a patriarchal driven society.
I think what's going on when it comes to religion and kind of why it's sort of like keep us locked in our body, because if you think about one of the things I noticed with Christianity is it's almost like, or at least with fundamentalist Christians specifically, I don't want to speak on behalf of like every single one, because I know there's some Christians that are more open-minded and some, that are more reasonable, but there's almost this like this, it's like they've taken the supernatural astral realm and they basically put a velvet rope around it. It says like, you can't cross this velvet rope, it's forbidden. And so because we're sort of cut off from that realm, it's almost like we're kind of like kept here, because it's kind of like, no, this is God's territory, God's doing all this stuff, you're not allowed into the back machinery room, you're gonna mess everything up. So that's why it's like they almost seem like kind of terrified of like any kind of like mystical experience that's sort of outside the church, or why they're so terrified of like magic and witchcraft and yoga and meditation and all that stuff, because it's almost as if, because weirdly enough, I think what makes the monotheistic religions kind of distinctive from more of the polytheistic pagan religions, it's almost kind of like there's, even though there is the supernatural like God element to them and there is an afterlife, it's more that the mundane realm, it has more of an emphasis than the spiritual realm. So it's kind of like your mind is kind of locked into this world. Because if you think about, because when I talk to a lot of like fundamentalist Christians, it's like, say it's like, it's like, well, you believe in this Jesus fellow, he's got some, good ideas about love and kindness, but, obviously he can be just, kind of a symbolic representation of the divine. They're like, no. Jesus needs to be literally real. Otherwise, all of the stuff that they're teaching us is totally invalid. So there's this kind of emphasis on literalness, objectivity, and realness. That's why, like in my Zerfikes map, I distinguish the Theouzerfikes, which is the monotheistic religions, from the polytheistic ones, which are more magical based. And the concept of the Zerfikes is really interesting. So basically what that means is, like, let's say you kind of have an astral plane, and within it you have all the belief systems of man almost existing like if you took a map and each belief system exists on its little island or its own continent. When a belief system is almost like an astral dome, like in like if you guys ever see the movie Logan's Run, where they all live in that artificial city inside of a dome, and then they don't really know anything about the outside world that exists around us. And I feel like that's what religion does to our relationship to the spiritual world. It's like it takes our astral minds and it puts it inside of a dome within the astral realm. And then they say, oh, there's nothing beyond the dome. There's nothing outside of those walls, And so I think that's another big part of it.
Yeah. I like that. There's something powerful about being able to expand beyond like previous domes of thinking inside the box, or the dome can only get you so far. But when you can break out, it can be amazing. I had an experience of that one time when I lost a 50-page research paper, and I was like, oh my God. And then I just suddenly realized that I was really closed-minded to Christianity at the time. It was totally unrelated. I don't know, but it was pretty cool. Be able to see beyond your self-limiting beliefs. So liberating.
Yeah, I've had some very powerful experiences in the Pentecostal church.
Yeah.
Very powerful experiences.
Me too.
And I haven't had that many powerful experiences in the white man's church. Sorry to say. I'm not quite sure why that is, but I had to go to the Pentecostal church to really like pump up the jam. I think it's the dancing and the clapping of hands and the singing that you get more of. That's one of the reasons why my father was so taken by African churches and colored people's churches, because he's a musician. And so, you know, he gets that. Like, you got to sing, you got to dance, you got to engage to get the spirit flowing. And when you engage, the spirit starts flowing and magic starts happening. Go figure. But I definitely think, you know, there's a lot to be seen. Unfortunately, though, you know, the whole idea of original sin has harmed us. You know, like we're all guilty. We come into this world with all this sin. We brought all this sin into this beautiful world. You know, that whole like Crimea River drama of how sad we're all supposed to be because we're the evil people. Especially the woman. Oh my gosh, let's not even go there. The woman. Ooh, you know what I mean? Like, so they added in a good measure of chauvinism just to make sure that like that it hits in home. You know, the blokes are going to go home and blame the wife because the wife might expand her consciousness more easily than the man often, because they're more in tune with emotional energy. Often, they might often be more. The mind outside, they're more open to empathy, more open to tuning into the emotional substance, which is not so rational. And so they ensure that you have to be rational and made the word irrational sound like a swear word. Oh, you're irrational. Oh my God, I'm free. I'm infinite. Oh no. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's an insult. Of course I'm irrational. Why would I want to be this little ration? Like, oh, that's your ration done. That's it. You served up. You're no more than that. Instead of like you're this irrational being of greatness and profound scope and possibility and scale. But to look at, you know, the nature of our own consciousness field and how we have imprinted upon ourselves the dome. I love that, Logan's Dome, Cosmic. I'm going to actually go and find that series. I also loved, shout out to The Mandalorian. I just been watching The Mandalorian with my little boy. This is the way.
I love it.
Love The Mandalorian. It's a wonderful look at cults, right?
Yeah.
The warrior cult. It's all about the warrior cult. Star Wars, The Mandalorian, you know? And he comes from this warrior cult. And they've got some very crazy ideas, like you can't take off your helmet. It's weird. But you know, they had to put something in there to make the cult seem a bit weird, because all cults are a bit weird when you look at them. But there'll be positive and negative sides to every cult. The problem is that helmet being on is the dome. And it brings us back to this dome that we were talking about, expanding beyond the dome, because this is my dome, right? And these are my temples. But I think that the temple's inside my dome. No, the temple's not inside the temples are on the outside of my dome. I've got two of them. And I'm so godly, I've got more than one temple. You know what I mean? This is how we, instead of the original guilt of like, like I'm trapped in this, you know, dome. We are outside of our dome, and we are so godly that we come with more than one temple. Like you guys are so divine. You know what? Take a second. I have two of them. So we've got these temples, and the interesting thing is the temples are very sensitive to the outside. Temperature, air pressure changes, because they relate to the ears, right? Like if your ears get sore, your temples get sore. So there's this very powerful. Oh, here's a very interesting question, a very interesting point that Mexico's pointing in here, that it relates to aligning with egocentricity, to a specific related, once again, rational. I think that the helmet represents that, because being rational is like rationing who you are. And so you can only be like this. You must be like that. And so you can't just be an all expansive, in tune with your feminine divine principles to flow through you and be irrational. You have to be rational. I think we need to claim that word irrational, and we need to become proud of it. We need to be able to proudly say, I'm irrational. And like people should clap, you should be looking around, where's the applause? Do you know what I mean? Instead of, oh gosh, I'm irrational. And it's funny how many of the insults that are traded between people are actually compliments. The next time someone says to you, you're being irrational, you should say, thank you for the compliment. I didn't realize that, but you're right. I'm being irrational. I do think that the whole idea of egocentricity and being locked into the persona, as I see it, because I see the persona. Okay, so I suppose since we're in this topic of the layers of the self, I see the body as being like the focal root, and the root is then encapsulated by the persona, and the persona is who we think we are, and the persona is like a finger that's used by a hand, and that persona is what other people see. They see the persona, and they rationalize out the persona. But in order to go beyond the persona to the true ego, one has to be able to empathize. So this empathy is really important. The outside of ourselves need to be able to delve into other people and pierce through the persona into the true ego. And then the ego is around the persona like a hand, controlling the finger where the finger's pointing. And so the persona is like the pointing finger, the ego is like the hand, and the ego, I would say, is like the representation of what we think we are, our real self. Not though the effects of what we think ourselves to be is how we end up becoming, which is the persona. So we think ourselves to be one thing, but we end up being another thing. And that thing that we end up being is the persona, because it's like a shadow cast by the ego. Because we can't see our egos clearly. We're trying to emulate what we think is our ego. We end up becoming this persona who tends to be at war with the ego, in this sort of egoic battle within ourselves. And then the ego is like the arm, and the body is like the soul that controls the ego, the hand. And that soul is then who we really are, our intrinsic true deepest self. So and you mentioned earlier as well, Sophia, about the fear. That's the first thing I noticed when I drowned. After drowning, I was looking at everybody and I was like, I was 3 years old. I was like, they're all afraid. Why are they all scared? What are they scared of? Like, they're all scared of dying. And I was like, I got it. Like, it's really painful to drown. Don't do it. Don't drown again. I was like, very clear. I don't want to drown again. But once you get through all that nasty business, it's not actually bad. And there's actually nothing to fear. In fact, it's sort of like jumping off a high diving board for the first time. You were so scared about getting and jump on. Once you jump off that high diving board, the exhilaration is so much fun. You want to do it again and again and again, because now you've done it. It's not scary anymore. It's fun. You just can't get enough of it. It's a thrill. Dying, leaving this world, putting the flesh puppet on the side of the road is sort of like that kind of powerful thrill, I think. So the fear, I think, is how we get stuck in our persona. I think the fear is what creates the distinguished level of barrier between persona and ego. What do you guys think about this notion of the body being inside the persona, like the tip of the finger, and the persona being the finger, and the ego being the hand, and the soul being the arm.
I kind of wanted
body
to jump back on what you were talking about, the idea of that kind of over rationalism. I think that when it comes to the rational and the irrational, these are two sort of forces and intellectual tools that need to be kind of sharpened and balanced in a certain way. Because so I've been actually thinking about, in terms of like, there's 4 different sort of like logical like streams, where it's like you have a very rational. See, when I think of logic and I think of thinking, I think of it in terms of like streams and like sequence of events. A perfectly rational mind has to have like a perfect sequence to validate any fact. And because there's this like where of course then there's the opposite side, when you have no logic and you're just being totally random and nothing really needs to connect. And there's like where was I going this? Well, the idea is that if, like I was mentioning sort of earlier in this conversation today, that the more, if you become too rational, your thought processes start to become more predictable. They're more robotic. They're more sort of seem automatic and reflexive, and there's no real sense of individuality, originality, spontaneity, or any kind of surprises, which is what makes, you know, people alive and sentient. And that's kind of what distinguishes us from, you know, machines, in the sense of the fact that we can be spontaneous and, you know, unpredictable, and we can say things and do things that just totally catch people off guard. And it seems that with what religion does is that it tries to posit that the universe has this totally perfect structure that's totally perfect, and that we as individuals are imperfect, so we have to force ourselves to align with that perfection. But in the process of doing that, we lose our humanity. We become kind of more robotic and hence, well, more cult-like. Because if you think about what a cult is, it's like it's all people coming together to form like one sort of soulless machine, sort of like the Borg from Star Trek. Resistance is futile, you must assimilate, you know, that sort of thing. So I think that when it comes, and I think this relates to music and the creation of music. I have a brother-in-law who is he's a bass player. He like plays for his church band. Really cool guy. I like him a lot. But we're kind of talking about music, and then he spends a lot of time, you know, reading sheet music, learning the scales and learning the structure of music. But the problem is, when you're classically trained in a musical art for such a long period of time, you don't really learn how to be creative and break the rules and go outside of it and create, you know, different kinds of melodies, or really be sort of creative with that. And I think that sometimes too much rationalization can be a detriment to the creative spirit, which needs some kind of spontaneity, which needs, you know, rule breaking and a little bit of chaos. So I think there's definitely some merit to that. The idea, and religion kind of does this sort of thing where you basically, and I think this is kind of what culture is doing, is that we're trying to become, it's society is trying to make us more robotic so that we're easier to program. So you can program a machine very easily, but if you try to train like an animal to do something, it's a lot more difficult to train an animal to follow a command, to take a dog and train it. It can be done, but it definitely takes a lot more effort. It's not just, you know, typing in a prompt and it happens instantaneously. It's a long, arduous sort of process. So we kind of feel like in our society, we want to move more towards the robotic, because it's this idea of perfection that we've kind of been sort of chasing after for a long time, because of, you know, kind of monotheism and Christianity and some of the other religions too. And I think that honestly, if we want to get closer to the universe and God, I think we have to recognize that there's a kind of divine imperfection, a kind of divine flaw to this that gives things the life, the originality, you know, the flavor, the spice of life, is that kind of that off, chaotic sort of nature that gives it distinctive. Like, one of the reasons that I realize I don't like a lot of popular music, or a lot of sort of like more mainstream music is that it never strays outside of its boundaries. It always stays nicely within a major or minor key, never does any weird notes, never does any, weird scales. It does, and thus it's like the melody has no personality. It becomes very robotic. Whereas if you got something that has maybe a few dissonant notes in there, it's almost like, because you would think that, something with dissonance would be ugly or, discordant or wrong. But sometimes I think it makes a melody more joyous, because it's almost like, it's like the melody is flawed and it's imperfect, but it doesn't care. It's like the personality. It's like, I'm flawed, I'm weird, but you know what? I'm still happy. I'm still filled with love. I'm still, enjoying myself despite the fact that I'm flawed and I'm imperfect. And I think there's something, and I think that's kind of, I think we take that kind of perfection approach with spirituality. And then another aspect of like the guilt thing we're talking about is because we don't align with perfection. It's like, oh, this universe is so perfect. It's so perfect. It's so flawless. And God has this perfect plan, and it's you that's flawed. It's you that's screwing the whole thing up. And when you realize like that there is some sort of imperfection to God, like I remember I was having, I mean, I do a lot of channeling, and I kind of mentioned the goddess that sometimes I channel her when I'm kind of in a dark place in life and I need advice, or, just I'm curious about something. And she was just kind of like telling me, it's like, look, sweetie, I know that you want to believe that I'm this, perfect, all-knowing being, but I'm not totally perfect. I'm sorry, to tell you this. I know you don't want to hear it, but this is the reality of the situation, is that I'm not a perfect being. But it's through my imperfection that I can relate to your imperfection and have genuine empathy for you, because I understand what it's like to be confused and flawed and not necessarily perfect. Because it's like, and in a way, it's like you feel like you can relate more to that, because it's like, you know what, if God has some flaws to it too, it's almost like, in a weird paradoxical sense, it makes God almost more loving, because it's like, hey, I know what it's like to slip up and make a mistake. I understand you. See, that's what I always think about. Like, there was another thing that goddess would kind of say in regards to like the patriarchal God. It's like, well, God may be all knowing, but the goddess is all understanding, which is kind of a different thing. So it's like, because if God is like this totally perfect thing, it's going to be constantly, well, why are these people doing all these terrible things? Why are these people making all these bad mistakes? Don't they know what perfection is? How could they screw up so badly? And because they have because it's high standard of itself, maybe that form of God doesn't necessarily have empathy. Hence why the God of the Bible is always referred to as sort of wrathful and judgmental and punishing of the sinners, because it's like, well, I'm so perfect and I made these imperfect things. But I also like to think of that like in a narrative sense, that it's almost like the biblical God is, in a sense, it's like, is incapable of accepting the fact that he is flawed and he's not perfect, because obviously he didn't create a perfect world. And but he projects all of his failures onto us, in a sense. So I don't know. I kind of went off on some tangents here, but yeah, I think I'm just going to conclude that thought because my logic train stopped.
I
You're
really
really
like.
hitting some more. Please continue.
Sorry. I really like how you relate the imperfection up to the God and back down. I think that's really important. And I've noticed in my own experience with my family, there is this like push towards intellectualism and just embodying like going to school and like learning and like placing everything off of what you've learned and all of these things you've gathered. And it feels like there's like two movements almost, like putting away all of what's natural to move towards an idea of perfection. It's really interesting.
Sorry for the delay. Yeah, I'm riding that wave and I'm really feeling it, and it's making perfect sense to me. In fact, I want to share a couple of screens. I want to do some screen sharing. A little bit of
All right.
screen sharing. Get the day going. So, Perficere. Thorough, completely. Perfectect. Is there a word? So note the pronunciation difference. Perfect as a noun. Perfect as a verb. Ooh. Okay. Let me start with this. Yeah. Because this whole notion of these words that we've got, I hope it can be seen there. Oh, I've got to actually click. Got to choose one. There we go. Let's choose that one. Is it the right one? Let's hope it is. Ladies and gentlemen, he got it right. And they were clapping. So as you notice, I'm imperfect. I'm chaotic. I like what you say about music, because I was too scared to learn to play music. Because I was too scared to learn to play music, I learned to write music instead. And the only reason I can write music was because I wasn't very good at playing music. Well, like to copy. So looking at this notion here, I hope you can all see it very well. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. It's on the screen. So we're looking at the Latin word for perficere, which breaks down into per completely, and facere, do. So the word perfect is interesting as it's relating to do completely. So that's perfect. I think we've been lied to about and I want to show you where the word fact comes from next, because I think that's quite interesting. So then we look at the word fact, and what are we going to find when we look at fact? There's going to be some interesting something to consider here. So we look at the word fact, and neuter, past participle, facere, to do. Did somebody pull a fast one on us? They switched the words. Perfect. So when you say the word perfect, you mean perfect. And now it makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? Right? And the etymology sort of confirms that these do come from the same place. So if you told someone the word perfect and fact are connected, they'd say, no. The one's fact. The one's perfect. The one's fact. It's different. But when we look at the reality of it, they're not that different. And I think that this says it all, really, essentially, that the whole idea of perfect is related to facts. And this is related to opinions. And opinions are related to rational considerations. Once again, we're going back into this masculine thing, right? So when you rationalize what's a fact, then you can decide what's perfect based on the fact of your rationalism. That's basically what this is. And if you're not rationalizing, then there is no perfection. There's no such thing as perfection if you're not rationalizing, because everything just is. And it's the human idea from the Garden of Eden, where we got naked, as the archetypal idea, and the knowledge of good and evil is what defines perfection. And if you don't have the knowledge of good and evil, if you don't decide to choose what's a fact, then you won't have such a thing as perfect, because perfection doesn't exist. It's a mental delusion that we've bound in our minds based upon particular facts that we choose to believe. And they've tried to hide this etymologically from us by changing the way we spell the words. And by them, I mean those clever scholars that introduced the educational system that we are all privy to. And by privy, I mean it's a place where you go to relieve yourself. I had an ex-girlfriend that had a PhD. And we were having a discussion. And she was like, yeah, well, I've got a PhD. And I said, well, that's a piece of paper. All it's good for me is one thing, and it's not even that good at that. I'd rather use Lou Roll, to be honest. She was so offended. She was like, I invested a lot of time and energy to get this PhD. I said, yeah, well, I didn't. I don't see the value of it. Sorry. See, but you don't agree. Perfection exists outside Christianity. But by the idea of perfection, I mean Mexico. I'm talking about the etymology of the words. So perfect is about facts. And so the idea of perfection is a human concept related to facts. That's why the word fakira has got to do with actions and doing. When we just accept things are the way they're meant to be, then the idea of perfection, I think, falls into the wayside, because the idea of perfection is an idea more than it is. Your idea of perfection is not the same as my idea of perfection, not the same as his idea of perfection. The Hindu idea of perfection is not the same as the Christian idea of perfection or the Muslim idea of perfection. So there's all these different versions of perfection out there. And the bottom line is that they're all right and they're all wrong from my perspective, because they're human ideas. I don't think that the human mind has within it the capacity to judge truly what is and isn't a fact, truly. I think that because the word fact and perfect, we're talking about perfect, basically. And fact actually means an action, which is very interesting. The word fact comes from the root of the word action. So we've taken that action is a fact. So we can see it phenomenally reflected back at us from the world as an action. So we consider it a fact. But it's always the human perception that's going to get in the way of interpreting that fact, because it's a human concept where, from the feminine perspective, chaos is already in its natural state. I would take the word perfection out of the conversation and replace it with the word natural state. And the natural state is the living state. And the living state is a reflection of the prana and the harmony. And the prana and the harmony are the natural state being bound by the living principle of life, which is the expression of balance. Like we go into the idea of the Jedi and the Force, and seeking balance within the Force will bring balance within ourselves and give us the wisdom to understand the nature of the universe. And by that state, everything is perfect. By that state, everything is already in a state of some kind of exactly. So if everything is perfect, then the word perfect is irrelevant, because everything just is the way it's meant to be. But we use the word perfect to say something's perfect or imperfect. So it's a human sort of judgment tool based on the fact of what we choose to believe. So this is why I have a lot of faith in chaos. I have a lot of faith in anarchy. People say, oh, anarchy is a bad thing. Anarchy is dangerous and destructive. But if you gave me a choice and said, what would you prefer? This perfectly organized, ruled world or a state of anarchy? I'd be like, give me anarchy any day of the week. I don't know. What do you guys think? Anarchy?
I totally
How
agree.
we flow with that?
I think that humans just kind of naturally organize as a sort of an instinct. I think when I think about anarchy, I think that's something you can only really do at an individual level, because it's like, I think it's kind of redundant if you have like an anarchistic society. Is it really anarchistic? I mean, I know some people will say anarchy just simply means, not having a central leader or a central figure sort of running the show. But I think that in a weird way, though, it's like, I don't know, because if everything has, there's this kind of interconnected sort of ecosystem of the world, and, everything kind of like, in some way harmonizes with other things and there's all this interconnectedness, it's kind of hard to think of anarchy even just on a basic conceptual level, just because it seems like whatever chaos we throw into the world, nature finds a way to kind of digest and reorganize it into something that's a little bit more ordered, and vice versa. And the thing that's interesting is that order and chaos really need each other. One can't exist without the order. You can't have, like, you can't build, or you can't build a sculpture if you don't have this sort of shapeless clay to build it off of. You don't have this sort of chaotic, messy thing, and from that chaos you can build order. And with chaos, if there's no order, chaos has nothing to corrupt and destroy and subvert. So then without order, chaos has no purpose either. So I think that I don't know, it's almost like that, even that's like a dichotomy that I don't know if that really even makes sense anymore, just like, order and chaos, because they definitely have a kind of symbiotic relationship, in that one essentially cannot exist without the other.
Well, I think that where they've lied to us once again with the semantics, the same thing, the way they lied to us with the semantics, and they've got us using the wrong words to trap us in a cage of thoughts. And I agree with what I think chaos is nature. I think we've been taught to fear nature. We've been taught to fear that there is a natural state and things will return to their natural state. When you let water fall on the floor, it goes back to its natural state. It will go to where what we call chaos. We've been taught to think of chaos as like craziness, but there's nothing chaotic about nature. In fact, no, that's wrong. Nature is pure chaos. Okay, let's look at the etymology of chaos. So when we look at the etymology of chaos, we've got to speak about kairos, right? Kairos is the right moment, the critical moment. Isn't that interesting? And Chronos and Kairos are connected. So Chronos is moving forwards in time, which like clocks and time and ticking, and the second idea of time is Kairos. And Kairos is what deep time. And if we consider deep time for a moment, I want you to consider time as being the perfect time for something to happen. So the word chaos is actually related to the perfect time for something to happen. What a concept. Did they pull a fast one on us or what? And nature expresses this perfect time for something to happen. The seed falls on the floor at the exact time. The seed is matured by the weather at the exact time that it's ready to be taken into the soil. Welcome, take a little trip. Much love. Much love, welcome. Everything works in according to the perfect timing. Everything happens when it's meant to happen. In order for a plant to grow, the seed's got to fall on the soil at the time when the soil's being moved around, at the time when there's water, at the time when it can fall into the soil, and it's got to pop out. It's got to be the right time for weather. It can't be too cold or too warm. It's got to have the right amount of light on it for a seed to grow. If you think of nature, it's all kairos, all the way through from beginning to end. And every different moment of every occurrence in nature is perfect chaos. So if we change the way we understand the word chaos to mean the perfect moment, then we can understand what chaos is and how chaos represents the wilderness. And that everything happens at exactly the perfect moment that it's meant to happen. maybe the word perfect's not the right, at the natural moment. It happens at the natural moment, so time works chaotically. What a concept. Time is a measurement of kairos. So, and karyonomy is to do with the hands, which is interesting. And so you have the hands of the clock, the hands of the watch moving around, yeah, measuring time. And we measure things with our hands. And so we are now supposed to be replicating this natural flow of kairos, but instead we've been taught that kairos is bad, right? It's uncontrollable because you can't control it. It's an egotistical thing from my perspective, that we're meant to control what happens, when it happens, and how it happens, because God controls what happens, when it happens, and how it happens. But what we weren't taught is that God controls this through the divine feminine, through the chaotic principles of harmony, which is what binds vibrations to other vibrations. Yeah, I've always appreciated the what seems to be chaos in anarchy, and I can speak as an anarchist and as somebody who has been a, what do you call, kingpin ringleader in a space full of anarchists, if such a thing exists, because anarchists don't have leaders, but they have trendsetters, probably a better way of putting it. And so I've been surrounded by literally hundreds of anarchists, and we're working together, and you'll be shocked at how organized anarchy is. Anarchy is not disorganized, it's highly organized. The thing is, nobody's in charge, nobody's got the keys. It's true democracy in action. And so nature is the perfect instrument of anarchy, the perfect instrument of chaos, where everything is happening and each individual has a say. These two animals have a say when they're going to procreate, right? But they follow the rules of nature. They do it at the right month so that their babies can be born at the right time, so they don't pass away in the snow or whatever. And everything, the seeds, the plants know when to procreate in order for the seeds to be abundant. And so there's this consistent, sorry, I've got a friend of mine calling me. So yeah, I've often wanted to share these ideas. And so I think in the self, we're talking about an element of kairos, the perfect moment, that what we consider as chaos. And I think when we start looking at chaos through these new eyes, it gives us a much more clear perspective of how the divine feminine has been victimized by the church that was representing the masculine, the right, the logical, in control, in charge. Much love, Sophia. So, I mean, what do you guys think about that as an idea?
You're talking about the when we're talking about this order and chaos dynamic. I actually kind of want to introduce a third variable into the equation, into kind of like a dialectical triangle, if you will. So I've been thinking about the concept of novelty, mostly just in terms of art, but I think this concept can be kind of applied everywhere. Because if you really think about what makes something novel or unique, is that it's a kind of a harmonic symphony of order and chaos working together. So when I think of something novel, I think of like one of my favorite rock bands, Primus, who's got Les Claypool on the bass. So what's interesting about this band, so I guess if you think about music, if you think of music that's purely ordered, think like I don't know, maybe like a Britney Spears pop song where it's like, it's all, it's perfectly, melodic. Everything is set up in this nice kind of way. None of the rules are broken. Then you have something that's totally chaotic. Maybe something like a John Cage, like avant-garde experimental piece where it's just a bunch of like, smashing a bunch of metal objects and making a bunch of harsh noise. One of the reasons why I appreciate the band Primus's sound so much is that it's like a perfect synthesis of order and chaos in their sound. Because like, are you familiar with Primus, Bush Whisper? I'm sure you must. You were a person of the '90s. You must have known that band.
What band? What are they called?
Primus. Well, their song, I think it's like Winona's Big Brown Beaver, My Name is Mud, Jerry was a race car driver. Anyway,
Yeah, that rings a bell.
They have a very like weird and dissonant sound, all these like very bizarre and twisted melodies, but the twisted dissonant melody is played to a very funky and catchy rhythm. So it's almost like I think their music is so genius is that they're able to take a sound that is very dissonant and noisy, but at the same time make it fun and memorable and catchy. And to me, like that's what I try to look for in art, where there's that ordered element and that chaotic element working together to create a whole new different thing entirely, which I refer to as novelty. And I guess when I think of like the divine in the universe, I think of the divine more in that sense, that context of novelty, and that, or like it's like order and chaos are the mothers and fathers of novelty, which is sort of the child. And that's kind of like what really is kind of like this interesting thing about life when you have, something that's ordered and chaotic to like create a whole new different form of beauty and experience that's never been seen before. And the problem is when you're only locked into one mode of thinking, you're not really going to create anything, because if you're just thinking about order, you're not going to, create any new kind of patterns, any new kinds of structures and ideas. And if you're only into chaos, all you're going to do is just destroy things and break things up, but you're not going to create anything new out of the broken pieces. So I think that, when it comes to the spiritual conversation in regards to the universe, I think that third novelty element, that's something I'm very interested in exploring personally.
I think that third element that we're talking about is the balance. And so Mexico was mentioning about the idea of chaos being yin or yang. And from my perspective, chaos, it represents what we, and when I say the word chaos, I don't mean that narrative that's been lied to us. I mean real chaos. To me, chaos is perfect timing. And perfect timing is the divine feminine. That nurturing. The divine feminine knows exactly, without logic, when's the right time to put a breast in a child's mouth. It's instinct. It's intuitive. It's the logical masculine yin side chooses when it must do things. So the yin is like the logical masculine side, and the yang is the divine feminine side. And so the chaos is the divine feminine's logistics, if I can use that word, although it's not really logistics. It's the orchestration of all things happening at the right time, instinctively in tune with the rhythm of life. And the masculine side is that conductor that is conducting specific elemental things. And I think that the two are already in harmony. And so that third thing is like you've got yang, you've got yin, and then you've got the Tao. And that third thing is the Tao. That is when you recognize, because it's not really separate. It's the human idea that has separated the two concepts. But when you look at nature, perfect timing is already happening. So something's making it happen. And it's organized. You look at the wildness of a forest floor, it looks disorganized and disshuffled, but it's not. It's perfectly organized. It just doesn't seem organized because it's operating within the field of chaos. But there's an organized thing happening within that chaos. So I think in nature, there is no such thing as what we consider the idea of chaos. It doesn't exist. It's a concept. It can only exist conceptually. But in terms of what it is, it's two parts of one dynamic that are working together. And so organized and the perfect timing are or single expression of nature. And within nature, there is the Tao. And the Tao has always got yin and yang together. This is why when you look at a yang yin, within the yang there's a yin, within the yin there's a yang. You can never separate those two from each other. You can't. Only as a conceptual idea can you even pretend to discuss them separate. But in truth, they are not separate. And I think this is why within the yang there's a yin, within the yin there's a yang. Otherwise, you would just have two halves showing us polarity, but they're actually trying to suggest more than that. And I think this is the way the toric field works. The toric field works the way it does because you cannot separate the yang from the yin, because you cannot separate the order from chaos. Chaos and order are one. And within the heart of chaos, you find order. And within the heart of order, you find chaos. I mean, look at the chaos that's been created on Earth by the so-called governments that are trying to order the world. They've turned our oceans chaotic. Well, they haven't actually. No, there's no perfect timing there. Although it is, because it's part of the order of order. So, but it's not working in balance. It's not in balance with the natural flow of balance, I believe. So I think that I hope that makes sense to you, dear Cosmic, of the Tao being that third thing.
I can see how that works in application.
Yeah, and also the Latin word used in alchemy, I believe, coincidentia oppositorum, or phrase, I guess I should say, would be probably also a good name for that third principle. It involves the coincidence of opposites. So it's like about the balance between them. In alchemy, it's like the two opposites are united after being purified, like individually, and then like united to create like a sacred union.
Yeah, and it's interesting how we like to pull things apart in our minds.
Yeah.
But things can never really be pulled apart.
But
because the whole concept of apart means it's part of what? I thought you said it was separate. No, it's a part. A part of what? You see, even our words can't do it. Even if you really look at the words and question the words are going to be telling you like, well, we can't really take them apart. That's why we have to say the word apart there to distinguish, to say that you can't actually take them apart. But otherwise, you could just look at it as its own thing, but it's actually a part. So I think it's quite interesting. And then we've got play, where you've got a play and you've got characters playing parts in a play, which is the idea of a ritual representing different forces. But those forces have always got to be in action. And it comes back to that perfection again, the action, the act. And so in a play, every character's got to be doing something. And what they're doing is within the dynamic of the group. And they can never really be outside of the dynamic of the story, because the story defines the character, if that makes sense, in the play. The character is defined by their behavior in the story. Without the story, there is no character. Without the character. So it brings us back to the idea of illusion and Maya and the self. Can the self exist if it doesn't exist within the Maya, which is a place for it to create? There's a good question.
I think the self goes beyond the Maya. You know, like you could just when you get to that stage, you would probably realize that you like were having a dream that you were a human or something like that. I would think, kind of thing. It would be very illuminating. A little dream.
But there would have to be a dream, wouldn't there?
Yeah.
And so we're in dream time.
Mm-hmm.
We are having a dream. So it's an interesting concept. It's an interesting question. I think it's a great place to leave this conversation, for you guys to say your last piece. I think we've got about 4 minutes until we run out of clock space. I got to catch up with all of these videos. I'm still busy editing a lot of the satanic discussions. I actually promised the lady I'm going to start getting ready to release one this week. So I had a long discussion with her this week, and she's ready for it to all come out. There's been a lot of developments happening on that side as well, which is interesting. And she's been getting guided as well. I think there's been a very powerful presence between us. Interestingly enough, this whole discussion with that, which I suppose is going to bring up a lot of questions about the self, who we are because of programming and the way we can be programmed ritualistically, which is probably going to be another discussion we're going to get into, the ritual programming element as a group. Are there any other things you guys wanted to add to the discussion?
I just wanted to say that chaos should not be something to fear. I don't think it should be something to be celebrated. And chaos can be seen as like something that either is just something in order we don't yet understand, or also could be seen as like a place without people barking commands. Central organized governance is like not necessarily good for the collective. I think people need a little freedom.
We got to have faith in the divine feminine.
Yeah.
We're in her. She will put us where we need to be. And this is why anarchy for me works as an idea. It works well because the divine feminine will nurture us and bring us into alignment, and the group will sort of scrap out. There is some kind of order to what we call chaos. We see chaos as being disordered, but it's not disordered at all. That's the biggest lie that's been told to us. There is perfect order in chaos, perfect order. And how they even got us to consider the idea of chaos as being separate and independent to anything else is incredible. Because chaos is a word for when you can't see the order.
Yeah, kairos to me kind of imbued like patience, the time of patience that it takes to have the perfect timing for things to happen. So maybe we've just been waiting for the time to happen for us to realize the beauty of chaos. Time's now for me.
Sometimes I think of it like, what if chaos is merely a form of order that's too complex for our minds to understand? Because like, think about like a calculus equation. To a calculus, somebody who's in that mathematical world, this is some perfectly ordered thing. But if you're a small child that knows nothing about math, doesn't know how to read or write, he's just going to see a bunch of squiggles and random lines. To him, it's going to be chaotic. Are we running out of time?
We've got to say goodbye to everybody. We're running into our last 40 seconds. It's been an honor having you guys on. I don't want to have this file wiped. Sending you all so much love. Thank you for all of your beautiful input. Thank you for everybody that's been watching. Welcome, lady of the mincing glade. Sending you all love, blessings, peace, honor, respect. Thank you for a wonderful discussion, and for Aaron, he's left. And sending everybody love, peace, blessings, honor, respect. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti.
Good talk.